Councilor Hill, would you read us out of the?
Yes, Mayor Walker. I move this council certify by recorded vote to the best of each council member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act and identified in the motion convened in the closed session were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed session.
Second motion.
All right. Ms. Thomas, vote please.
Mr. Payne,
Yes.
Mr. Snook,
Yes.
Ms. Walker,
Yes.
Ms. McGill,
Yes.
Ms. Hill.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. So I call this meeting to order. We will have a moment of silence. All right, Ms. Thomas, would you do roll call, please?
Mr. Payne,
Present.
Mr. Snook,
Here.
Ms. Walker,
Present.
Ms. McGill,
Here.
Ms. Hill.
Here.
Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
I move to approve the agenda as presented.
A second.
Mr. Payne,
Yes.
Mr. Snook,
Yes.
Ms. Walker,
Yes.
Ms. McGill,
Yes.
Ms. Hill.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Are there any announcements? No announcements, all right. Any recognitions or proclamations? Nope, all right. And next we have the consent agenda. Ms. Thomas, could you read the consent agenda, please?
Consent agenda, appropriation, Belmont Bridge Replacement Project, $15,263,257.41, second reading. Appropriation of funds received for a reimbursement for Crescent Hall's driveway repair, $18,483.73, first of two readings. Appropriation, Safe Routes to School Non-Infrastructure Grant Award, $95,000, second reading. Appropriation, Community Development Block Grant Coronavirus Funding, FY 20 through 21, $246,699, second reading. Appropriation, Office of the Registrar CARES Funding for the 2020 presidential election, $64,229, second reading. Appropriation, Bama Works Grant for Supporting Aspirations, Improving Resiliency for Vulnerable Families, $6,000, second reading. Ordinance, approving city space as central absentee precinct for the November 3rd, 2020 general election, one reading with request to waive the second reading.
All right, thank you. Is there, Mr. Rice, anyone from the public who would like to make comment on anything on item on the consent agenda?
So if anybody is joining us in the webinar currently and would like to speak to council about the consent agenda, you can click the raise hand icon. And if you're joining us via phone, you can press *9. Mayor Walker, we have one person with their hand up, and that is John Hossack. John, you are on with council.
I wanted to speak about the Northeast Park acquisition. Is now the right time or not?
Not, it'll be coming up shortly.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Is that still the only?
If there's anybody that wishes to speak to the consent agenda, please raise your hand. Mayor Walker, I believe that's it. No more hands raised.
All right, thank you.
And Mayor Walker, I just wanted to make one clarification on item on the consent agenda before we make a motion.
Okay.
Is that the city space is the central absentee precinct. That is not removing that people can still utilize the registrar's office. Is that right, Dr. Richardson? That's what we've confirmed. So people who are coming and needing a special assistance, ADA, as well as wanting to use that location. This is in addition that city space will be another option for folks to use.
That is correct, based upon my conversation that I had with them earlier this morning.
I just wanted to clarify that for folks.
And the only comment that I had is it's the second reading on appropriation number 4. But it seemed like there were some key voting members, and I know that you can't, control, who will be present, but it just seems like if there could be maybe a delayed vote if there are 3 people, absent from the vote, that we could look to do something like that if time permits. So that was just this block grant coronavirus funding.
And Mayor Walker, I actually asked Ms. Attack about that, and she said that anyone, even if absent, could have submitted their scores, even if they weren't present at the meeting. Because I asked her, I said, could scores have been submitted? And so I think it's important as you look in the future, like just to reinforce that even if you can't be present at the meeting where it's all decided, that your scores are considered.
Okay. All right. Okay, are there any other comments? No. All right.
I can move to adopt the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
All right, any further comments or questions? All right, Ms. Thomas, please vote.
Mr. Payne,
Yes.
Mr. Snook,
Yes.
Ms. Walker,
Yes.
Ms. McGill,
Yes.
Ms. Hill.
Yes.
Okay. Next, we have the city manager's response to community matters from the August 3rd meeting.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Member of City Council and the public. I have a couple items tonight to discuss. One was dealing with the 25 miles per hour speed limit on Cherry Avenue. And then the second one was pertaining to the crosswalk timing off of 10th and Main and Preston and Grady across from Washington Park. We're going to come back to that at the next meeting. We're still doing some research on those 2 items. I know last year we did talk about the crosswalk timing, but I wanted to make sure we went back and reviewed it again to make sure that things have not changed. So we will come back to that at the next meeting. And then the last item was dealing with eviction notices moratorium. And tonight, through resolution, the council will be requesting Delegate Hudson and Senator Dees to support an eviction moratorium during the August special election. So that concludes all of my follow-up from last meeting.
Thank you. All right, next we have community matters. Mr.
Mayor Walker, we have 4 people who registered to speak, and in this order: Marta Keene, Myra Anderson, Brad Slocum, and Elizabeth Stark. And I will mention to our attendees that we do have a total of 16 slots for people to speak during this time. So after our 4 registered speakers conclude, we will have 12 additional spots open for public comment. If you'd like to address council during this time, please click the raise hand icon, or if you're joining us by phone, press *9. We'll call on you in the order of hands raised, and please state your name and place of residence. You will have 3 minutes to speak. There will be an additional public comment section at the end of the meeting. And
I just really quick, Mr. Rice, sorry. I just wanted to also clarify that we do have 3 public hearings tonight. So isn't it our preference that if you're coming to speak on one of those public hearings, which 4, I think, which include easements for Ragged Mountain, as well as the international school, and then Lastly, the sale of that park, which I know that Mr. Hasek has also raised his hand about, that we should have those come during those agenda items. Isn't that our preference?
And Ragged Mountain.
And Ragged, yeah, the 2 Ragged Mountain ones, International School, and then that. So I just wanted the audience to know that if you're coming to speak on those things, we will have a specific time to address those public hearings, so you can hold off.
Okay. And first on the list is Marta Keene. I think Marta is here. Marta, you are on with council. Just unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, great, thank you. It's great to see everybody. I wanted to let you all know what's been going on during COVID because we've still been offering services. I'm sorry, I didn't say my name. Marta Keene, CEO of JABA, the Jefferson Area Board for Aging. JABA's still been offering services and supports for seniors and caregivers during this difficult time. We kept all our staff on payroll with benefits, and that meant we were able to continue doing information and assistance and options counseling by phone. Our insurance counseling for getting started in Medicare, our counselors met either via Zoom or by phone, depending on people's capacities for technology. The really key thing is that the Mary Williams Community Center and our adult care center and our preschool, along with our volunteers, created new ways to stay connected. We did weekly check-ins with calling. We had activity kits that we sent out, Facebook Live events, from petting farm tours to cheer yoga to a volunteer who tells jokes once a week. And the big hit was conference call bingo every week. And so all of those were ways for our folks who had to isolate at home to feel a connection. We hope, if all goes well, to open back up in September with the community center. And at that point, we will run parallel programs because some of our members are high risk and are not comfortable returning. So we will continue offering them these same services to stay connected, as well as having people be able to come back in a couple days a week for socialization and activities and a meal. We've also had FISH, the Friends in Schools Helping, go completely virtual. We're setting up programs to provide mentors and tutors for students so that parents can request that help or teachers can. And we're looking forward to the fact that once again, because of the virtual nature, we have a lot more volunteers. We have volunteers from other states. We even have a volunteer from India a young woman who's putting together videos of what it's like to live in India. So people are just finding lots of ways to try and offer support. And I want to thank the city. You helped us gather a lot of our PPE so that as we come back, our adult care center and our preschool has opened up already. We're able to keep everybody safe, and we're following all the CDC guidelines for sanitizing. And so I wanted to use this evening so that you and the citizens of Charlottesville know that we are here and we are still working. We're constantly weighing the negative impact of isolation against the safety of our members so that we can find that balance. And we're always ready to close if a situation changes. But thanks to your proactive way, I think we're in good shape. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Walker, next we have Myra Anderson. I don't see her name as an attendee online. We do have one phone number calling in. Myra, if that is you, please raise your hand by pressing *9. It appears that is not Myra, so we will go to next on the list, and that is Brad Slocum. Brad, you are on with council.
Excellent. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Thank you very much. My name is Brad Slocum. I live on Harmon Street in the city. And thank you for the chance to speak. I'll keep it fairly brief, in part because unfortunately I didn't get to prepare as much as I'd hoped, but I specifically wanted to bring up the apparently pretty new presence of a number of security cameras that seem to be installed on telephone poles around some of the downtown parks. I had intended to try to go out and document where each of these are, but I last week did see at least one, I believe, at the corner of 2nd Street and Market Street. They seem to be pointing at the parks, and just curious about, what the city's, if it was the city that put them up in the first place, what the intention is there, how much money are we spending on adding security cameras to public parks instead of putting the money towards, releasing the injunction to get rid of the statues, things like that. And also, whether these cameras are going to be used to prosecute anybody, such as the self-styled monument guards who have been documented to be armed and threatening regular people using the parks during the hours that the parks are open, which, doesn't seem too great. And it seems like the cameras might be pretty helpful in, preventing those people from making our city less welcoming than many people already feel like it is. So yeah, I would appreciate any update on those new security cameras. I believe people have documented at least 4 or 5 new ones, but like I said, I didn't get a chance to track them all down. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Walker, next we have Elizabeth Stark. I believe she is here. And Elizabeth, you are on with council.
Great, thank you. Can everyone hear me? Awesome. Thank you all. I really appreciate hearing about your support for potential eviction moratorium legislation in the upcoming special session. It's my understanding that legislation, in order to go through, somewhat immediately as emergency legislation, will need a 2/3 vote in the state Senate. And that's a really, unfortunately, unlikely hurdle. And that if that legislation doesn't go through as emergency legislation, it actually can't be enacted until December. I don't claim to be an expert on the minutia of special session legislation, so I may have some of these details and, I may have them wrong. But when I called Senator Deed's office today, the aide in his law office sort of laughed at me and said that she thought it was just absurd to think that this kind of legislation could go through during the special session. So while I share your support for it, I'm really concerned that it might not happen, and it especially might not happen on an emergency basis. The other thing I wanted to talk about is the rent and mortgage relief program hotline, which I believe is staffed through a partnership with the city and United Way. I know you all are aware of it. I know the people that manage that hotline are aware of it, but people cannot get through to that hotline. I called today, first thing this morning. I got first a strange message that said, please say your name for Google Voice. And then I was transferred to a very long message. That message is not in Spanish. It's not, there's no Spanish language information on that hotline. Some of myself and other volunteers in the community have been outside talking to people that are heading into court, and they have all said that they're unable to get through to that hotline. And really the only way to make contact is basically to spend the day just calling and calling. So I just want to flag that I know they're trying to hire folks for that hotline, but things need to take place immediately, because people in the community who are our most vulnerable citizens and the folks that least have the time to just keep calling and calling are being left behind and are going into court and getting evicted right now. So Thank you all. I appreciate your work.
If I could just briefly respond, but
Oh, okay, go ahead.
my understanding is that that's a partnership between the Thomas Jefferson Planning District Commission and United Way, and there are definitely very severe problems in terms of shortage, not being able to get through the line. But just want to flag this Thursday at 7 p.m. the Thomas Jefferson Planning District Commission is having an electronic meeting, and I think it would be a useful forum for people to participate and just raise awareness about some of the issues with that program, which is not only operating in Charlottesville, but out through the entire region and surrounding counties.
And not to put you on the spot, Mr. Boyles, but do you have anything to add to that since you're on here?
Yes, I can. Thank you for those comments. We need to hear, and as Mr. Payne said, this is a regional partnership that we're working with United Way. United Way is one of 3 sub-grantees. As Mr. Payne said, we would love to hear from you Thursday night. If you went to our website, there's also, if you go to the tjpdc.org website, there's also an email regarding the rental relief program. We would love to hear these comments. We're very much aware of the delays, and we are working not just with our local governments, but also the Virginia Department of Housing and Community Development, where the funding came from, is also working to try to help all of the localities with this problem. It's not unique to our region.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I know hundreds of calls going through the emergency assistance line when we first start staffing it, and then there had to be additional partnerships to figure out how to accept, figure out how to better process, the request and the calls. And so I know that, hopefully, I know that's it's been a problem just figuring out how to turn these dollars around and get them into the hands of families efficiently. So hopefully we're learning and doing better. And I hope that the housing funds that the city has allocated, if there are complaints about those, I hope we hear them too, so that we can make sure that that process is going smoothly too. All right, thank you.
Okay, Mayor Walker, that concludes our registered participants. We do have 3 additional public commenters with their hands raised, and the first is Tanisha Hudson.
Thank you.
Tanisha, you are on with council. Can you hear us?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so I sent the email today. It's actually late. It's like 2 weeks late, but I thought I said something at a council meeting in the past about the city Parks and Recs working with the community recreation centers to allow a tutoring program for kids that will need help and assistance during the first 9 weeks of virtual school. There's a lot of community members that are willing, myself included, some teachers as well, that are willing to give a couple of hours a week to help kids with assignments and work. The Boys and Girls Club announced today, it was on the news, that they would be accommodating 75 kids. So I'm hoping that you guys, CRHA, Parks and Rec, City of Charlottesville, whoever is responsible for the actual recreation centers, that you will allow community members to, lead this initiative to help kids who have parents that are essential workers. I've also reached out to both superintendents, the county and the city, just to determine what they were putting in place. I know that they're working on some things, but I still don't foresee the caseworkers for like 504 plans and IEPs being able to accommodate and meet all the kids that are going to need the help that they would normally get in school with everybody being virtual. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Also, back to what Ms. Stark said about the eviction process. I think getting legislation to pass on that is probably very unlikely based on the makeup of the General Assembly. Also, the comments about the Thomas Jefferson Planning District. I actually spoke to someone down there who was responsible for the mortgage funds, and I told her that this would be a problem. I just think that it would be better to also implement maybe like an online process versus just phones. Because I mean, if you don't have the manpower, and we went through this before with other funds that were allocated, then you kind of knew it was going to happen. So I just think maybe an online process to accommodate, we know the older community don't use the internet like that, but almost everybody do nowadays. So it might be beneficial to have both options available, and that would eliminate some of the phone calls coming in. But anyway, that's all I wanted to share with you guys tonight. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you. Yeah, in terms of the using spaces, public spaces, I think that is, that came up with one of the school board meetings that with the school board members that we were in. I have the same concerns that I have about teachers not being able to return to the classroom. And I don't know how and what the implications are if something goes wrong, if we are opening the spaces, and the liability, because there will have to be staff members in the spaces too. So the same concerns that we have about, the teachers and children's in the classroom, that translates into the rec centers with rec staff and even volunteers for the community. And I understand if people are saying they are willing to take that risk, but I would just be concerned about that liability, and there has to be some engagement from staff. So I don't know if you all have been having that conversations with the schools, but
Well, I think that, it's one thing to say you're not gonna.
No, Ms. Hudson, we were just opening it up for council.
No, but I'm just saying the cleaning the building, we would want to do that. We wouldn't want y'all to do that because facilities don't clean good enough. Like
Ms. Hudson, yeah, you can come on at the end of the meeting.
You started talking, I'm just responding.
All right, so that was just my comment there about just the safety aspect. And in the meetings about whether it was going to be virtual return to school or not, the comments that started was that what would happen to the children who are not able, parents are not able to create these learning pods, send them to a private school setting. And I think we don't have the level of safety concerns that we are probably going to need, especially going into this fall semester. So I don't know where that conversation, Dr. Richardson, because I know Dr. Atkins, they were planning to include us in those conversations, the school and school board, and what other needs. They had even talked about, using spaces too. So I don't know while I was away if that conversation continued and where you all were at with it. But if it's not safe for teachers to be in classrooms with students, then the same is for any adult and any child. And so that's my view on that, but I don't know if you all have had different conversations since I've been away.
We haven't addressed it further to my knowledge, but I had a similar response to a school board member when they raised this idea in the beginning, just comparing if they're going to be in an environment like that, I just assume if they should be in school. But if, and I just think there is some different format for that, where it could be maybe more one-on-two really small group if there are these volunteers that want to do it and there are parents who want to opt in. But I would be curious of Dr. Richardson, Dr. Atkins' perspective on the liability, because we have school facilities too that are largely unused right now in addition to our own recreational facilities. So I would appreciate some update on that when we reconvene.
All right.
Okay, Mayor Walker, next up we have Don Gathers.
All right.
And Don, you are on with council.
Good evening, council and all others assembled. Welcome back, Mayor Walker.
Good evening.
Good evening. We had conversation last council meeting, excuse me, about the street renamings, and it was a long, protracted conversation. And I think that the final resolution or idea, anyway, coming out of council was to not act on any of this until potentially October, which means that by the time something's actually done, it may be November or into December, if at all, this calendar year. And I would urge you all to please rethink that, because I don't want us to miss the magnitude of this moment or lose out on the momentum of the movement right now as it is. I'm afraid that people will just as is basic humanity, let stuff drift and tend to forget about it. And we need to keep this very much in the forefront. If others want to come forward with other street renamings, they certainly are welcome at any time throughout the year to do so. And I think that doesn't need to be the holdup in acting on the requests that have been brought forth at this point. If we can go ahead and do it, and I don't see any real obstacle to us doing that, I think that it needs to be acted on rather than waiting until later in the year. We as a people have always had to wait. We've always been told to wait, or that the time isn't right. And I think that this is the moment in time. This is the opportunity that we have, and we need to go ahead and act right now. I hate to be cliche-ish and say strike while the iron is hot, but that's exactly where we are. That's precisely where we are at this particular moment. And I would urge council to please go ahead and move the request forward for the street renaming of Black Lives Matter as it was presented, and deal with other street renamings that may potentially come forward if and when they ever do. Thank you all very much.
And Mayor Walker, just to clarify, both for you as well as just to repeat what we discussed last meeting, I believe council was in a position to vote on that based on our meeting prior to that, which you were participating in. And there was another request that we actually were following to honor with a very similar request as Mr. Gathers, but he had reached out to council prior to that meeting, expressed concern with that decision. And in the meantime, continue to get more suggestions for street renamings overall. And so council did decide to wait until we could give a timeline by which, if all requests come in by, I think we decided on August 31st, we would then evaluate all those in totality and make decisions on one or more street renamings. But the intention was last meeting that we would vote on our decision, which we had discussed in the meeting that you did attend prior to that, which was to rename it. And it was along that 7th Street that's right near City Hall.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And was there a conversation with Ms. Anderson and Mr. Gathers about, since theirs were closely aligned, to maybe bring them together, or what, or was there no discussion?
There was no further discussion beyond what we discussed in the meeting that you participated in when we were discussing those two ideas and bring them together.
Dr. Richardson, have we received any new requests?
No, just the ones that we received since then.
I have received
you
additional
got some kids.
requests.
Oh, you have?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how many?
Along the same lines, there are various requests around the city.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Because we had the first ones, I know we had Miss Hudson, Mr. Gathers, and I forget the gentleman was a pastor.
Oh, it was Miss
Brown.
Anderson, right?
And
Mr.
just mentioned,
Alexander.
yeah, and we mentioned her name a few minutes ago.
Miss Anderson.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Okay, and then
And
we
then-
received more that we haven't seen yet since then. And okay, so I guess since the expectation has been and that we are receiving them, then we would have to now wait since that's been stated. But I do understand the concern around waiting, but hopefully if we can review this and be ready to have the discussion at least the first meeting in September, which just gives, because the first meeting is on like the 8th or, the day after Labor Day, correct? So that gives us a little bit more turnaround time. Yeah, it'll be the 8th to be ready to have that discussion by that first meeting. All right.
Okay, Mayor Walker, next up we have Robin Hoffman. And Robin, you are on the line with council.
Yes, hi, everybody. I have a few concerns. I've been in my house since 2019 when I broke my ankle. However, I was able to volunteer a lot and do TV shows on Charlottesville Community Media Center because before COVID, David Dillahunt designed this studio that's like the state of the art, which I'm saying that we're not advertising enough. I know you guys have so much going on, but David's trying to advertise, everybody's trying to advertise, but I think this is going to be the spot for people to do teaching, all kinds of things. You can do after school work through the studio, and David coordinates all that. He can put video and everything and tie it all in. So I think no other city has this. So we are the forefront of like Zoom, and we need to, advertise it. And then also I want to say I've been volunteering for the COVID testing, and I've been like the valet because I'm high risk because I'm 64 or whatever. Anyway, so they have not gotten their act together. In fact, I've been in contact with Dr. Bynes at the Thomas Jefferson Health Department because like things like in the Incarnation, there's no, they're having church during the COVID testing. And anyway, I was like the valet, I was like telling people which way to go, and then they didn't have anybody on the other end. And there's all kinds of issues. Like if you have a Prius, do not go to one of these lineup things, your battery will die. There's little things that I alerted Thomas Jefferson Health Department. But what I want to say is also I found out that the CPR was being given because I had to renew my registered nurse license CPR, BLS, and they're giving it mouth to mouth. So I got on the phone with American Heart, and then I got on the phone with the CDC, and then I got on the phone. Finally, the person that responded was Dr. Bynes, and that's how we got into conversation about COVID testing. But she said, oh, so like people going into Cedar and all the nursing homes, they usually get hired in the summer, because everybody, that's just when the hire, and they're all doing the CPR mouth to mouth, and they're doing it in K-Tech too. So COVID testing is crucial this is like the beginning of everybody's problem. We need to test, so we need to get it right. And I had some suggestions, and hopefully Thomas Jefferson will have some time to contact you and that sort of thing. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Mayor Walker, next up is Nancy Carpenter. And Nancy, if you can hear us, you are on with council.
Yeah, I can. I didn't realize I raised my hand, but that's okay. I just wanted to support what Elizabeth Stark said about the community resource line. It was the same way back in February and March. It was just, an incredible volume, and even now it's even more of an incredible volume. So whatever we can do to support TJPDC in providing people who can be trained to answer the phone and are not afraid of entering data into a database, certainly would love to see whatever we can do as a community to support our neighbors and friends who are facing rent and mortgage problems. The second thing I wanted to ask your help with, or I'm sure you probably are behind the scenes, but I myself have seen an increase in people saying that they were homeless. They are either in their cars or they've been paying for a hotel and they can no longer do that. I was on the call with the Low Income Housing Coalition today, and one of the statistics that they said was September, they're looking at potentially 19 to 23 million people losing their housing in September because the unemployment PUA has stopped, the eviction moratoriums have slowed down, or some states never had them to begin with. So the state program that we have this is what, the 30th day, basically, calendar day since it's been operational. So it's still, kicking those bugs around. If there's anything that you can do personally to look at business groups or property owners that may have a hotel or something that can be purchased. I think that's been some conversation around the table, but to purchase a hotel and use it for some type of emergency shelter and then transition it into some type of permanent supportive housing for people who need subsidized housing along with case management would be helpful in the long run. But we're not through it yet. We just have to, work together with I know the county's working on their end, trying to get some monies together for county residents, and hopefully they'll have their protocol and process ready to go. And I do think, I thought there was an online application, but there's just, from what I can see, there's just a lot of paper going back and forth, and I'm really concerned ongoing because of the problems that our Postmaster General seems to be implementing, that's going to slow down that process even more. So, thank you for allowing me to speak when I didn't realize I had put my hand up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Walker, next on the list is Jojo Robertson. And Jojo, you are on the line with council.
Hi. I have a decapodge of things to speak about. First of all, I like Nancy, am seeing so many people that are homeless. And they're reaching out through certain, Facebook groups, or, a lot of these people have children. They don't even know where their child's supposed to go to school. And it's very, very disturbing. The second thing I wanted to mention was I had a friend who had a house fire back in March. This person was also on Section 8. Him and his family were applying for different places to live. As of July 1st, I believe, if I understand this correctly, if a landlord has more than 4 rentals, they must accept Section 8. So, I was helping this person apply for different places to live under this, thinking that this was the law. And also, every time somebody has to pay to have a place, they have to put down a $50 application for to live in the unit. So what we found were, even though the law has changed, there are many landlords that are making it even more difficult. So while people are putting money down on a place that they think is going to have to accept Section 8, landlords are now saying, oh, you know, you have to make 3 times the amount of rent, which that makes absolutely no sense if you're taking Section 8, right? Which is if someone is paying over 30% of their income in rent. So I think this is really disturbing to me. I think people need to recognize this. And before you go out there and put down money for places, ask these questions. Also, I hope that these landlords that are doing this, especially in the city, that they are receiving no help from the city during these challenging times. It's ridiculous. It's just so unreal. So that was number 1. Number 2, and then Red Cross had said that they were going to help him. So because this person could not find a place to live, his money from the Red Cross disappeared, which was going to be a deposit on his new place. So it's just unreal. So now we're just running around trying to find, you know, some place for this individual to live. So that's number 1. I think that's important to point out. Number 2, something totally different. With the CRB, I think it's important. I really think Rosia should really be considered for the position of someone that lives in, I guess, public housing. Her experience and dedication is very evident. She's keen. She was the one that brought about the cameras. She's bold. She's direct. I think would be an asset for the city to have her. And I think there's other people that feel like me and know she did not know I was going to say this tonight. I haven't even spoke with her, but it's been on my heart. Number 3,
Thank you.
Dr. Richardson has been an amazing asset to people of Charlottesville.
Ms. Robertson, your time is up.
Everything
Thank
he's
you.
done.
Mayor Walker, that concludes anyone with their hands raised currently. Those in attendance, if you would like to speak during this portion of public comment, please do so by clicking the raise your hand icon, or if you're joining us by phone, please press *9. No more hands raised, Mayor.
Okay. All right, well, I guess we'll take the break before we start the public hearings.
What time will we return?
It's so 7:50.
Okay.
All right. Or 7:51. All right. And Dr. Richardson, are you there? Oh, we'll just give.
Yes, I'm here. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, so I call this meeting back to order. And next item is a public hearing, an ordinance for granting permanent and temporary easements to the Rivana Water Service Authority for the installation of water line facilities in Ragged Mountain Natural Area. And it's the first of 2 readings.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilors. This is Lauren Hildebrand, the Director of Utilities. The Community Water Supply Plan was approved in 2012, and this plan will provide adequate drinking water for future needs. One element of the plan includes the construction of a water supply line from the South Rivana Reservoir to the Ragged Mountain Reservoir. This water line will replace the existing Upper Sugar Hollow pipeline, which is very old, and increase raw water transfer to the urban water system. The water line is anticipated to be constructed between 2027 and 2040. The benefits of the raw water line include increasing the water supply for the community, improving both redundancy and operational flexibility for the drinking water system, and providing a better balance of environmental needs. A request was made to the city to approve an easement for the Ragged Mountain Reservoir property to allow construction of the water supply line. The Departments of Parks and Recreation and Utilities have reviewed the proposed deed of easement and plat and have no concerns. This request supports City Council's Green City vision. It contributes to Goal 3 of the strategic plan to provide reliable and high-quality infrastructure and to be responsible stewards of natural resources. A community information meeting regarding the water line was held by Rivana Water and Sewer Authority in June 2018. Also, a public hearing is required by law to give the public an opportunity to comment on a proposed conveyance of the easement. In addition, staff recommends approval of the easement to Rivana Water and Sewer Authority for the raw water line from the Ragged Mountain Reservoir to the South Rivana Reservoir. And if you have any questions, I'll be glad to address them.
And the only question that I had was just the time between the vote and when these lines are there. Is there preparation that starts that takes a while?
Yeah, the thought by Rivana is to have all the easements in place, and there are numerous easements they have to obtain, and to have all those in place before they start the design process. So they know exactly where they need to install this line and design around. It's a pretty lengthy process.
So we did receive an email, someone voicing a concern about the $80 million project itself, when there are less expensive alternatives potentially. I was just wondering if we grant this easement tonight, that doesn't lock us into the design plan, correct?
If, well, actually, the community water supply was approved by council in 2012, and this was a element of that water supply plan that was already approved by council in 2012. It was also approved by the Board of Supervisors, Albemarle County Service Authority, and also the Board of Rivana Water and Sewer Authority. So this is an element of that. And the estimates have always been around $80 million for this pipeline.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
I think one thing that we need to make sure we understand is, and this, part of the objection, one of the objections we've gotten by email was, hey, we're really not going to need this kind of capacity. Why are we spending this kind of money? Since 2012, a number of things have happened. One very good thing that has happened is that Charlottesville and Albemarle have been very much better about water conservation. And so we have been able to look at things. You could look at things and say, okay, gee, based on that, we're not going to come as near to the danger point as we thought we were going to be. On the other hand, if you look at the sketch of what we think the capacity is going to be, what we think the need is going to be, there comes a point in about, I think it's about 2040, 2045, where things get very tight, where if we don't do this and we happen to have a nasty drought, we're going to be very sorry. And so part of the plan for going out to 2080 here is to say, we're not going to let ourselves get to that point where we are so close. I don't know whether people remember that there was a time in 2002, I think it was, when our drought was such that we were getting down to serious water conservation efforts. I remember it acutely because I was having a political fundraising event that took place the night that the drought broke. And we had been planning for all of these drought conditions until I think it was September 12th, 2002, when suddenly the skies opened up. And after about a week of rain, we could all go, oh, boy, we dodged that bullet. But that's how close we came just within the last 18 years. Looking at things again, about another 18 to 20 years out, there is another point there where if we get the wrong drought at the wrong time and we haven't made this plan, we've got a problem. And given what we do know about climate change right now, which is that we don't know what to know, all we know is that we don't want to be too close to that line. I've looked at it. I'm the council representative to the Water and Sewer Authority, and I spent some time looking at all of this stuff. And I'm convinced that yes, it's quite possible we may never need to have that capacity. But if we get to the point where we need it and it's going to take us 15 years to build it, we're in trouble. We should build it now.
And I'll just, on the climate change point, obviously it varies region by region, but we do know it's going to lead to increased drought and a pretty clear expectation of much more widespread water scarcity throughout the United States over a 50-year plus time horizon. So obviously, it's foolish to not to incorporate that into any decision making about these things. Saying that again, I'm far from an expert on the history, all the alternatives, but just an agreement on that point about climate change.
Are there any other comments? All right, so we will open this up for a public hearing. Mr. Rice, if there's any one who would like to speak on this matter, please instruct them to raise their hand.
Mayor Walker, we do have one member of the public with their hand raised. If anyone else would like to address council relating to this public hearing, please click the raise hand icon or press *9 if you're calling in. And right now we have Miss Dee Dee Smith. And Dee Dee, you are on with council.
Thank you and good evening. I'm here tonight to talk about the South Fork Ragged Mountain Pipeline. My immediate concern isn't so much about giving away more parkland for this right of way, because that doesn't cost your constituents. An $80 million pipeline for which there are much cheaper alternatives does. This $80 million pipeline, that may I add, was not in the original plan and was added very late in the game, doubles the cost of the community water plan. And that debt is going straight into our water bills. And what makes this project so egregious is that the stated purpose of building this $80 million pipeline can be accomplished with a very simple alternative that costs $1 million. 80 million or 1 million for the same goal. And all of this is explained very well in the graph I sent you by email twice, which is from a study that just came out, was presented to the board of Rivana this summer. It's a very straightforward picture of the choices. So if you'd be so kind as to pull up the graph, it's basically just got 2 lines. The line on the bottom is daily demand for water, demand that needs to be met during a drought. Right now, we use around 10 million gallons per day. That has not changed in 20 years. And that rises, they say, in 50 years to 14.3. That's your ultimate goal, according to this plan. Enough water to meet demand in a drought 50 years from now, 50 years from now. And that's what they mean when they say safe yield. Now, above that demand line, you'll see the alternatives and how they work to meet that goal. The first and most important thing to notice in this graph is that within 2 years, Rivana Water and Sewer Authority will have completed the expansion of Observatory Water Treatment Plant. That was the most critical piece of the original plan, which alone gets us to our 50-year goal. Our safe yield, boom, done. Except you'll also notice that the safe yield declines over time slowly because South Fork is silting in and losing capacity, which begs the question as to why restoring the South Fork, AKA dredging, is not one of the alternatives. But moving on, that bill's going to come to the city in 50 years. The second alternative to meet the goal is to raise the water level in the Ragged Mountain Reservoir to its full capacity. That's the second box. The dam is fully built. It's just a matter of clearing the land to allow the water to rise. Apparently it costs $1 million and gets us to our goal, even farther to our goal. Then we get to the third alternative, the elephant in the room, $80 million, even though those first two, either of them, were good. Mind you, this pipeline doesn't give us any more water. It gives us more flexibility, but we don't need that flexibility to meet our goal. So why is this even on the table? Well, having been in the room at the time, I'll tell you it's because there were some very powerful voices. I was not one of the powerful voices. Many of them who represent Western Albemarle, who do not want us taking water from the Mormons. And they think we should pay $80 million so they can have their river all to themselves. Mind you, the Mormons is a public river, and it's the only clean raw water source in Albemarle County. That's been verified over and over for literally 100 years. I just have 2 more points, quick points. It is, first of all, it is illegal to build for more than—
Thank you. All right, are there any other speakers?
Mayor Walker, we have one additional speaker, and that is Neil Williamson. And Neil, you are on with council. You have 3 minutes. Can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening.
Thank you. Good evening. Neil Williamson with the Free Enterprise Forum. Back during the community water supply discussion, we stood side by side with the Piedmont Environmental Council, the Southern Environmental Law Center, the Chamber of Commerce, and the Charlottesville Area Association of Realtors supporting the Community Water Supply Plan. We believe that the Community Water Supply Plan provides the water needed and the flexibility needed. In 1966, the year of my birth, our forefathers allowed for the South Fork Rivana to be built. It was much more than a 50-year water supply plan. It is important for you to look forward. And I believe that this small step is a part of the community water supply plan that we have already had a discussion and a debate about. And I'm hopeful that City Council will back the previous councils as well as the other boards in supporting this effort. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
If anybody else in attendance would like to speak or address council relating to this item, please click the raise hand icon or press *9. And no other hands raised, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And I guess it may be just for public, benefit, especially since Ms. Smith was on the council when this initial vote would taking place. If it's possible to have a just brief discussion of how what was voted on changed. Is that brief or is it not?
So I'm not familiar with what was changed, unfortunately. I know this pipeline has always been a part of the community water supply that was approved in 2012. And this is just one of the elements in moving forward.
Okay.
And just to give you a little more detail, what it does is we have, when Ragged Mountain Reservoir was expanded in the last 5 years, it provided almost 1 billion gallons worth of water. And the South Rivana Reservoir does not have that kind of capacity. So this pipeline would transfer that raw water from the Ragged Mountain Reservoir to the South Rivana Reservoir, where it can be treated by the South Rivana treatment plant. And then it just provides so much more flexibility and capacity. And then if you ever have a catastrophic issue with one of your major wastewater treatment plants like Observatory or the South Fork, you're able to have that flexibility that you can also treat water at either plant. So that it also allows additional redundancy.
Okay.
It's sometimes useful to remember the old saying that in the world of infrastructure, if you're doing it exciting, you're doing it wrong. There's just so much potential for something to go bad and it to be a 15-year fix and not a 5-day fix.
Okay, are there any other questions from council? Or are there any other people who've signed up to speak?
Mayor Walker, we do have one more person who raised their hand, and that is Jake Gold.
Okay.
Jake, you are on with council. You have 3 minutes.
Hey there, I don't have a position either way on this because I don't know enough, but I'm just wondering, do we have a sense of the ratepayer impact? I know Dee Smith mentioned that this was going to go into water bills. Just interested to hear if we know how much this will affect water bills.
And that's been a major point that Ms. Smith has brought up about the impact along the lines of the $80 million on households.
So maybe Councilor Snook, I don't have this right in front of me, but my understanding is there's a cost share associated with this, and the city pays 15%, and the Albemarle County Service Authority ratepayers pay 85% for this improvement. And that was all associated as part of the community water supply.
And the other thing I would say about trying to calculate rates beyond about 5 years is that it's a fruitless exercise. Whatever we're going to end up doing here is going to get bonded. It's going to get bonded 20 years in the future. Trying to project where all of the rest of the economics are going to be in 20 years is very difficult. We can do some, let's make some rash assumptions and figure out which one comes out better. My recollection is that again, we're looking at a situation where the rate increase, if you truly assume that the $80 million was not going to be used in any useful purpose and that it was simply money being thrown into the river, then obviously it's going to have an impact. I don't think that most observers Ms. Smith, my good friend notwithstanding, most observers would agree with that position.
I think it is important, though, for us to be able, as a council, have those discussions so that future councils can see, because you are tying up resources. And if you think about like the big picture items that like Dr. Richardson talked about early on when he came in about the state of the city buildings, the possible city center, school renovations, affordable housing. Like as you start adding those things, you are projecting out decades, and you would want to know what the potential cost and when they're going to meet, in case we are going to have some years where we wouldn't be able to do because, or future councils wouldn't be able to do projects because of what other council members have voted on and held them to, sort of like some of the West Main Street stuff, Belmont Bridge, those type of things. Even though it may take a while, someone will eventually have to deal with them, and they will be added. So that's
it's also important to note that this bonding is not to be confused with city bonding. The Water and Sewer Authority bonds are completely separate. They are not a part of any of our capital improvement program allocations that we, city council, have a right to make and a power to make. So don't think that at some point 30 years down the road we're going to be ending up trading off this water and sewer project versus a school, because that's not going to happen.
But if we are responsible for 15%, then that 15% has to come from somewhere on the city end, and we make contributions to keep this entity afloat now. So I don't see, at some point it will impact somewhere.
What you're primarily looking for is just basically a pro forma of what it will look like in the future, the economic impact that it will have upon the residents, based upon what those projections are moving out. But as with anything else, as council and Snook said, those bonds are issued through Rivana and not through the city. And as we know, too, overall, with Rivana as well as with the city, we retire debt along the way, which pushes that amount going out further. It decreases how much we'll have to pay in that. So it's just all according on how things go. But just like the mayor said too, we want to make sure that we aren't continuing to defer cost to future councils as well as residents. But I think more so if we do have a pro forma, so to speak, that talks to how that will impact the future ratepayers.
I mean, if
what's
council
our
would like to
annual
have
contribution to Rivana now?
I don't know that we make one per se.
So they establish a rate every year based on their current operating budget and capital needs. And out of our rates, I know we, which also incorporates the operating budget for the city, our contribution to Rivana is, if you look at just the contribution between Albemarle County Service Authority and the city, it's approximately about 50-50 right now. And it's really based on our billable units, which is a little bit more of a bigger discussion. I do want to add that if you looked, and we can certainly provide this, if you looked at the debt responsibility for Rivana in future years, this comes at a point when their debt is decreasing and they have planned for that. Mm-hmm. And I can certainly provide that from Mr. Moyer, the executive director.
That's right.
Okay. And I'm sure that Mr. Moyer or somebody else from Rivana would be happy to join us at a later meeting to explain it all. I mean, it is appropriate that at least every 8 years we talk about it openly, and new counselors get to hear the spiel and to understand the logic, because there's nobody on council right now who was a part of the discussion in 2012. So it might be appropriate to get them to come back and give us the the PowerPoint and the explanation, and to let everybody see what's going on.
Well, he's been here in the past 2 years. Like Heather and I have heard reports. I just think that the question regarding the contribution that we make and it could increase based on a significant project like this isn't, that's possible. Okay. Mr. Rice, is there anyone else who signed up to speak?
We do have one member of the public with their hand raised, Mayor, and that is Rory Stolzenberg. And Rory, you are on with council.
Thanks, and good evening,
Good
council.
evening.
I don't have a lot to say here. I just wanted to note as a point of fact that I believe the pipeline was adopted as part of the water supply plan going back to the one adopted in 2006. So that's all I got. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Are there any other individuals who would like to speak?
Mayor Walker, there are no members of the public with their hands raised.
All right, so close the public hearing. We sort of had a council discussion, but is there any further discussion?
Madam Mayor, let me put something on the table. I would move the ordinance that has been drafted.
I guess we're going to decide if it's going to go on the consent though, right?
Consent agenda, yeah. It's a no vote tonight, just whether it's going to consent.
I'd certainly be happy to have it on the consent agenda.
I'm in support of that.
Anyone opposed? No? All right. So that's going to move to consent for the September 8th meeting. All right, next up, we have another public hearing with an ordinance for granting an underground utility easement to Dominion Energy for the installation of electric power lines in Ragged Mountain Natural Area. And it's the first of two readings also. And Mr. Ginsink from Parks is here. There you go. Good evening.
Good evening. Is it my turn to talk here?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you for having me, Ms. Mayor and Dr. Richardson and council. This agenda item is to effectively bury an existing power line on the Ragged Mountain and the new Hayward Forest property. The line has been there for quite some time. Dominion is burying its power lines, I believe, all the way up Reservoir Road. This happens to be a property that we own. They had, as you see in the memo, looked into burying it next to the driveway of Ragged Mountain and moving it off of its existing alignment for this little short stretch. They came back later after some technical review and said, it makes more sense to simply bury it where it is now. The current easement allows for only overhead lines. They need this easement to be effectively updated to include the right to put the wires underground.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions from council? No? All right, we'll open the public hearing. Mr. Rice, is there anyone who would like to speak on the matter?
If anybody in attendance would like to address council relating to this public hearing, please click the raise hand icon or press *9 if you're joining us by phone. And no hands raised, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. We'll close the public hearing here. Council, is there any discussion? Nope. All right. And it's a no vote again. And is there any objections to moving this to the consent agenda for September 8th?
Nope.
All right, no objections. All right, so this item will be moved to the consent agenda for the September 8th meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next we have third public hearing, ordinance for granting a drainage easement to the International School of Charlottesville. It's the first of 2 readings.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and councilors. Before you tonight is an ordinance to grant a drainage easement from a property on Linden Drive owned by the International School. It is for a drainage easement. In your package, you'll notice it goes over a very small portion of Reeves Park, and it's going to hook into an existing drain there. It is worth noting that the city staff recommends, and the easement does contain language that the specimen trees shall be protected, and that obviously any property that's disturbed will need to be restored back to its current state. Happy to answer any questions that you may have about this drainage easement.
All right, thank you. And those were the only 2 questions I had about, you know, some of the discussions around grass can be as serious as the discussion we have regarding trees. So just making sure that that was alignment with what that replacement grass was, and then the trees if they were disturbed. So I did ask those questions. Are there any clarifying questions needed before we open the public hearing? All right. We'll open the public hearing now. Mr. Rice, is there anyone who would like to speak?
And if anybody in attendance would like to address council relating to this item, please click the raise hand icon or press *9 if you're calling in. And no hands raised, Mayor.
No hands raised, okay. Council, any further discussion? Nope. All right, so we'll close. This is also a no vote. Are there any objections to moving this item to the September 8th consent agenda? Nope.
No,
All right.
no objection.
That can go on the September 8th consent agenda too. All right, our 4th public hearing, ordinance for the sale of 0.13 acre portion of Northeast Park. It's the first of 2 readings.
Madam Mayor, councilors, if I may, I know that, well, I'd like to start with just a little bit of background that there was a policy adopted, and, you know, to the earlier discussion about the 2012 water plan. There was a policy adopted by the city council in 2005 concerning the sale of city-owned land. And that policy was amended in 2009. And it has not been amended since. And so the policy allows for people to submit proposals to purchase city land, and if the proposal meets certain criteria within the policy, it will go to you as you have this item tonight. However, it's my understanding in talking to some of you, and again, this met the policy's 4 corners, but it's my understanding that this council is not particularly inclined to sell any parkland. Even though, again, the policy is silent to parkland, but I thought it would be a good idea for the council maybe to, if you like, if that's your policy preference, rather than going ahead with this hearing tonight, would be to defer this, and I can bring back an amended policy that would, in effect, not allow people to simply submit a proposal to purchase parkland from the city through staff, and then it gets to this point. But again, if that's a policy preference that you all do not want to or have any interest in accepting or entertaining offers to buy city parkland, we'd be happy to simply amend the policy and bring it back to you at your next meeting.
That seems reasonable to me. I don't support, on principle, selling parkland, given its scarcity, you know, regardless of price. In this case, I think the price is also extraordinarily low. But even at a higher price, I wouldn't be inclined to support selling our scarce public parklands for private use. And so, yeah, to me, that makes sense as part of the larger policy. And I don't think it necessarily needs to be part of the larger policy, but I think even just selling our public lands, whether it be parks or not, land is such a scarce resource here that I think we need to use it very strategically. And it's certainly, you know, whether we're using scarce city-owned land to build a parking garage or to sell park space, I don't think it's a wise idea.
I mean, personally, I think I agree with I'm not interested in seeing our parklands reduced. And I also don't want staff time personally to be, I mean, I know a considerable amount of different staff time was put into this proposal. And the way the policy is currently written, that would be expected. I can't really see myself ever voting to sell parkland. So, I mean, I would appreciate that personally, is my voice.
And let me add, my thought was not quite as categorical as Ms. McGill's statement a moment ago, but there are an awful lot of things, a lot of areas that are thought of as being not productive parts of parks that are in fact ecologically important parts of those parks. And there are all kinds of things that I can imagine, even a difficult slope down to a difficult stream, where I just remember, you know, in an 8th grade class where we were told we were supposed to pick a 1 foot by 1 foot area and visit it every day for 2 weeks and report back on what changes it went through during those 2 weeks. There are things that we learn by being exposed to nature that hasn't been developed by humans, that if we take away all of the places where you can learn that way, we take away something very important. And so that the fact that it doesn't seem like it's productive land being added to anything where you can throw a baseball at it or where you can kick a soccer ball to it, that doesn't mean it doesn't have value as a natural park.
And I just agree with many of the points raised, and specifically to the staff time and just the desire to preserve as much of this type of land that we can, and also the precedence that it sends. I know that's something that my other colleagues also expressed when we were just talking about it over the weekend. Just given, like, if we go this direction with any one decision, not necessarily this one that we were looking at. So I definitely am in support of us modifying the policy to reflect that preference. And it's my understanding that if there is some, you know, extreme situation where it's really unique, that it's not that it can't ever come in front of council for a decision, but it wouldn't be automatically triggered to put staff's time and energy in. So it's not like there's an end all be all, but it's just our preference for the policy to not go through staff in this case. Is that correct, Mr. Blair?
That is correct. I mean, obviously, as you know, it takes 3 members of council to amend a resolution or policy. And, you know, let's say somehow there was, you could amend your policy at your next meeting to exclude parklands from it. However, if somebody had a real need and 3 councilors wanted to, they could then vote to amend the policy at a subsequent meeting or make an exception to the policy and consider a potential sale of parkland. But what this would do is just create the de facto rule that staff wouldn't consider offers to buy parkland, that somehow the council would need to say to staff, hey, look, 3 of us support this possible sale, we want you to start working on this and considering.
Thank you for clarifying. That's certainly my preference.
And I immediately thought of the alleyways, which we changed we reversed that. So, okay. All right.
I know we're not having a public hearing, but I do feel a little wave of guilt right now because I know that at least one person had wanted to at least speak on the subject generally. Are we able to entertain that if there is still interest or no?
So it's not moving forward and it's not going to be on the consent agenda. Is that what I'm hearing?
Correct. At the next meeting, I will have a policy amendment for you to consider. And then at that time, you know, I think we would approach the solicitors or offerers and simply state, council's changed its policy and this won't be considered. Okay.
So, Councilor Hill, what you're asking is that if someone who wanted to speak during the public hearing, they waited, you want to give them the ability to still.
And it might be a moot point. I just know that specifically Mr. Hossack had chimed in earlier to say, is this my time to speak? And we said, no, that's later. And I just feel, I'm feeling heavy about that.
All right, so I guess it wouldn't necessarily be do we still call it a public hearing, Mr. Blair, or?
A public input.
The public input, all right.
No,
So, Mr. Rice. Michael?
Yes, Mayor, we currently do have one hand raised from a phone number. Mr. Hossack, does now have his hand up. But I will go to the person with the phone number. And you are now on with council. If you wouldn't mind stating your name and place of residence, you have 3 minutes.
Hi there. My name is Dan Katz. I'm here with my wife, Veronica. We're the couple that are offering to buy the parkland behind our house. And totally understand everything that you all are saying. Appreciate all of your public service too, just in general, to Charlottesville. The reason that we went through this process, and also apologize, obviously don't want to be the couple that's wasting or, using up staff time. But we went through this process because the land in question floods a lot, and it's been flooding since we moved. And we were in touch with the city both to work on some of the trees, one of which needed to be repaired or maintained, but also because we wanted to figure out how to prevent the flooding. But more than that, our intention is to keep the land, when we would be willing to do whatever is required to, sign anything that says that we would not develop the land, keep it open. But it's land that, and the park manager that we've worked with, who's been awesome, has verified you can't get to without going into a creek or going into someone else's backyard. And so we just want to remediate it and put a rain garden in or something to just prevent the flooding, and that this was sort of the way that we needed to do it. And I agree with all of you that parkland is super important. We are active users of Northeast Park and love using the trails and things with our kids. And yeah, we're just happy to have it, and the park in general, but this is sort of a distinct thing. It's not a place, like no one goes back there, no one uses it, and it is a health risk to us. But I do totally understand all the things that you guys we understand the things you're saying. I guess that's it. Do you have anything, Veronica?
That's it. Thank you.
And if the price is the issue, we would, we're trying to figure out how to value land that is, going to cost us money eventually, or someone money to rehabilitate at some point, but obviously trying to do something that's fair. And yeah, appreciate your time. I think that's it.
Thank you. Mr. Rice, is there anyone else who would like to provide public input?
Yes, one other person, that is John Hostak with his hand up. And John, you are now on with council. You have 3 minutes.
Well, thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. I really appreciate that you've put so much thought into this matter. I really value the park as an undeveloped resource. It's publicly owned by the entire population of Charlottesville, and I really think it should stay that way. I have no problem with any of the personalities involved in this, and I'm really concerned that, as I think you are, in terms of the precedent issue and also the principle. I actually don't even have a problem with the people adjacent to that piece of land having priority use to it. No, it's like it's not been an issue in the past, and I don't see it being an issue in the future. So, in my opinion, the sale is contrary to the vision of the council in terms of the green policy, the healthy communities, all the rest of it, connected smart government, and those sorts of things. I value the trees in terms of their shading, their carbon dioxide to oxygen conversion, the canopy, the reduction of heat, and all the rest of it. And I think I'm on the same page, and I appreciate your input on this in terms of it being a matter of principle that you do not accept piecemeal sale of property. And in particular, in this instance, I do believe that there is adjacent properties at 914, 916, and 918 Marshall who could view this sale as they see a precedent here, and they want an identical arrangement, and that's something that we would not want. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I don't want to go down a rabbit hole with this because we're going to move on, but I did have a question for Mr. Genzik about the accessibility, because I know that both Councilor McGill and I have ventured to the very end of this park on foot, and I believe I wasn't trespassing, and so I feel like I was accessing this property without being on personal property by following the park. And granted, yes, there was a stream and it was not the most clear path, but I did it, I think.
I mean, I was looking at the GIS while I was there to make sure.
I've been in this little spur once. I believe somebody reported a dead deer. They want us to go look at it. And I also, you walk up it and it feels like you're in the woods through the whole creek. When this particular specific request came in, I took a look at the GIS and realized there's a curve in the creek, and the valley, like Lloyd mentioned, you know, the steep thing going down into the creek. Without having a survey, I couldn't say, but it would appear that without getting in the creek at one point, you do have to go onto 916 or 914's property briefly. But again, that doesn't mean you couldn't walk through the creek if you didn't want to, you know, and have access to it. But it's, you couldn't tell on the ground without a survey, but I didn't think about it till this came up. It would appear it may not be legally accessible without walking through the creek, but that doesn't mean it's not physically accessible to the rest of the park, to the main body of the park.
Thank you, Mr. Blair, for presenting this option to us.
And Mr. Payne, Councilor Payne, did you have any additional comments?
No, I was just saying before people spoke that it already wasn't moving forward.
Okay. All right. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next we have, where are we? Public hearing resolution endorsing the submission of 3 smart scale applications requesting transportation funding by the Charlottesville-Albemarle Metropolitan Organization, the hydraulic 29 intersection improvements, the Hillsdale Avenue South Extension, and the 5th Street Hub and Trails. And this is one reading. Good evening again.
I wasn't sure if you had a staff member that was going to introduce it or not, but I will be glad to go ahead if you would like.
Hi, Chip. I do have your presentation. I will share that immediately.
Okay. Mayor Walker, council members, I'm Chip Boyles, the Executive Director for the Thomas Jefferson Planning District Commission, as well as the Charlottesville-Albemarle Metropolitan Planning Organization. Thank you for considering an endorsement tonight for these 3 projects that the mayor mentioned. They are being considered and have already been approved for a submission by the MPO to the Virginia Department of Transportation for smart scale funding on the statewide program. As you all know, VDOT has 2 different funding sources for their smart scale projects. Local pot that's for the Culpeper district, and then statewide competition. These 3 projects are for that statewide competition. They're projects that have been jointly worked on and jointly benefit both the city of Charlottesville and Albemarle County. And all 3 are projects that we have been working on through a planning process for quite some time, especially with the hydraulic and 29 project. That's been in a planning process for about 3 years of public engagement. We have submitted projects for the hydraulic and 29 in the past, a roughly $100 million project that did not score well at all because of the cost of it. But as you all know, that's a very congested intersection. And if I'm not mistaken, it's the #1 intersection for congestion in all of the Culpeper district. So it's definitely a transportation need that we have. What we're asking you for tonight is just your endorsement of this project, because all 3 projects are directly related to the city of Charlottesville. I can certainly go into great detail, excruciating detail on especially the hydraulic project, but both of the hydraulic projects are included in the hydraulic area, small area plan that both planning commissions for City of Charlottesville and Albemarle County have supported, and the small area plan that both the Charlottesville City Council and Albemarle County Board of Supervisors have supported as well. So with that,
Can I ask a question, Mr. Boyles? I'm sorry. So this is a different scope though than the overall project. I'm looking at estimated costs. I'm trying to understand, what am I missing here?
Sure, and I was going to say, one of the things that may be best if I answer questions for you, if I try to go through all of these projects in the detail, we may be here for quite a while. So what you're looking at in the presentations is a combination of several components. All, if you look in the upper left-hand corner, the different components are all part of project 1.
Okay.
So under project 1, you have different options. What you're looking at on the screen right now is just a reconfiguration of the intersection that's removing a couple of left turn movements.
I see, okay.
And replacing that with a roundabout over at the Hillsdale and Hydraulic, so that some movements would have to go through that roundabout to make the turning movements. Others may have to find other alternative ways to get through that intersection. But by removing those turning movements, you're able to reduce the traffic signal time, stopping the flow of traffic on Route 29 and speeding up traffic that can get through that intersection. This is mostly just a restriping and reconfiguring of the traffic signals. So cost effectiveness is just over $1 million compared to doing a grade separated intersection, which is what we submitted 2 years ago for a $100 million total cost. Brian, if you could turn to perhaps the next part of project 1, which is make sure
Is Joe here with us tonight, just so you know, Chip?
I'm sorry?
Joe's with us tonight, not Brian. Just
Oh,
let me
I'm
know.
sorry. Okay. All right. I'm making sure. This is what's up now is actually part of a second part of the project, which is a Hillsdale extension change that creates what's called a continuous T intersection where Angus Road comes into Route 29, creating a continuous right turn movement. Again, that's in place of the previous project. We were looking at a grade separated intersection there that would take Angus over 29. Again, the cost was just prohibitive from submitting that forward. So this is just another component of the bigger project submission. If you could turn to the next one, and I apologize, these are a little bit out of order from the original packet. One of the most costly components of the hydraulic intersection is to create a roundabout at the Hillsdale and Hydraulic right by Whole Foods. But two things, you have to keep the traffic flowing through Hydraulic. And secondly, you have to create a means for those people that are losing a left turn so that they have a way to very easily do a U-turn and get back to the turning movement, and also allows the turning movement into the old Kmart site. A traffic signal is currently there, but with the changes at Hydraulic and 29, the traffic queuing would back up through the traffic signal there and would also affect all the way down to the 250 bypass. So a traffic circle is demanded rather than just traffic signals at the Whole Food intersection. If you could go to the next slide.
And just one quick question. Could you remind us what was decided about the Mickey Drive area that was in part of the discussion at a meeting that I was able our Thursday night meetings, and just wondering what had been decided there.
Well, with that one, what would happen is with this, the original plan that we submitted 2 years ago had some turning lanes between 250 bypass and Mickey Drive. What this traffic circle would do would give the folks coming in and out of Mickey Drive two options. Either they could wait to come out and make a left-hand turn, or they could immediately take a right, go through the traffic circle, and come back out to the 250 bypass. So one of the improvements that this would provide would be giving people leaving Mickey Drive two options, where they only have the option now if they're choosing to turn left, they just got to wait for traffic to allow that.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And this would give that second option with the traffic circle.
Okay.
So is it expected that people who would be going down Hydraulic from the 250 bypass, a lot of people right now turn onto Hydraulic and then make a left onto 29? Would it be expected then that they go a little bit further down and get on 29 at Angus Road?
It's according to, I'm trying to answer it the best I can. They would, in this scenario, they could still go to 29 and take a left. But they would have another option if the second project is funded that's in the package tonight, which is Hillsdale South. If Hillsdale South is funded, then they could also go a little bit further than Hydraulic, take a right, and then be able to access 29 from Angus. And I think that there's a drawing of that in this packet as well. Should be another one. There we go. There we go. This is project 2 that the MPO is considering. For some of you that's been following this for a long time, the city had a project approved, but not near the funding approved by VDOT that took Hillsdale South all the way to Holiday, but did not connect it to 250. And traffic-wise, that didn't make any improvements of trying to get people either off of 29 or off of Hydraulic. What this project does is takes Hillsdale South all the way to 250. The yellow, I'm pointing at my screen, you all can't see that. But the yellow in the drawing, there we go, that is removing those ramps so that anybody who wanted to go from the 250 bypass to 29 would get off at the Hillsdale South turn. And then they could either take a left on Angus to access 29 or go forward to Hydraulic. So people going westbound on the 250 bypass could either get off at Hydraulic or Hillsdale South. And,
So-
and to be perfectly, I mean, I like to give my opinion. The project of Hydraulic and 29, we believe stands a very, very good chance of getting funded because it makes major traffic improvements, increases safety, and with $18 million that is left over from the previous project, it buys that project down to we're only asking for about $7 million for a major improvement. The Hillsdale South project is roughly, I think, $26 million that we'll be requesting. That one is a lot more risky as to being awarded.
I'm just trying to figure out how people who are used to turning left on Hydraulic are now going to get on the southbound side of 29.
I'm pretty sure on that one, they will be able to make left-hand turns. Not all of the left-hand turn movements are removed, just 2 of those.
Okay.
So it's trying to remove the left-hand turns from 29 onto Hydraulic because it's those that have to stop the traffic on 29. And that's what causes the delay at the intersections.
And so, okay, so that's like the left on to Hydraulic into like Stonefield.
Yes, yes.
So how are people supposed to be getting to Stonefield now from?
They would be one of the ways would be to go through the intersection and do a U-turn at the next traffic signal up to access Stonefield.
Or by getting on the 250 bypass earlier,
Yes.
then getting on, okay, so.
And then the other left-hand turn removed is the left-hand from Hydraulic going to 29 north. That is, from a traffic count standpoint, not a very heavy traffic movement. And if you've ever been through there, that signal is very short. Only 3 or 4 cars can go through there at a time already. But it still moves the cars through. So by eliminating that, you're increasing the green signal on 29 even more. And let me, for those new too, we spent, and the city had representatives, half of the representatives on the advisory committee. VDOT was very generous in funding a 2-year study of this intersection with numerous options. And this, through that process, really was what the advisory committee thought was the best route. Well, I shouldn't say.
Aside from the $100 million option.
It was the most feasible to get funded. We thought we came up with what we thought was the best options, and it did not score well at all because of the cost. The grade separated intersection really would have been the project.
Thank
As
you
I
very
said,
much.
a lot of details. One of the other components to this project, not the Hillsdale South, but the hydraulic, is a bike pedestrian bridge that is on the north side of Stonefield. The original project would have been a vehicular bridge, but again, trying to still provide a benefit, but bring down the cost. And because of the intersection, making sure that we're providing a very safe way for pedestrians and bicyclists to get through hydraulic and 29 is an elevated bridge structure. And that would be right at the northern boundary of Stonefield. And I think it shows it on one of these drawings as well. But not that one, yeah. There we go. Back up one more. Yeah. So that would be a bike pedestrian bridge crossing from Stonefield over to Seminole Square.
We definitely need some way for people that aren't in vehicles to get across that road because it is not an option right now at all.
It is not. And
I used to have to walk over that at the hydraulic light every 5 days a week when I went to work.
During the study, the numbers of people who crossed 29, even not at the light, was very alarming. Over where the chicken restaurants are, a number of people cross in that area, a high number.
So you're sprinting to the median and then you're sprinting the rest of the way.
Yeah.
Yep. No, I immediately saw that at least it did provide some, I noticed this pedestrian crossing.
Yes, yeah. And that also gets us points in the scoring process by what we believe is adequately addressing that need. The final project of the three that the MPO is hoping to submit is a bike pedestrian path that connects the city with Albemarle County. And if you could go to the last drawing, I believe that it is. Yep, right there. Is another project that's in the long range planning. It's in the regional bike ped plan of connecting Fifth Street Station roadway. And this is one leg of trying to connect all the way out to the parkland across I-64. And this is a project the Albemarle County received some proffer money from the shopping center development. We also received a $400,000 grant from VDOT, but this project has turned out and it's even been updated from the information that was originally shared with you to a $10 million project. The cost of this really increased. If we use transportation dollars, you'll see two areas of the pathway that are bridge crossings. The pathway and those bridge crossings have to meet a higher standard when it's being designed for transportation use. Vehicles can't use it, but even for bicycle use, the width of it has to be increased beyond what just recreational use may be. So that really drives up the cost. But if we build it to recreation standards, then we can apply to VDOT for funding. So VDOT recommended that we submit this to be considered in the smart scale funding this round. So this is the third of the projects, and I will continue to try to answer questions for you on any of these.
Okay, thank you. Councilors, are there any additional questions on your end? No? All right, and so there's a public hearing. So we'll open the public hearing. Mr. Rice, is there anyone who wishes to speak on items related to this resolution?
If anyone in attendance would like to address council relating to this item, please click the raise hand icon or press *9 if you're calling in. And we do have one person with their hand raised, Mayor, and that is Cecilia Mills. And Ms. Mills, you are on with council.
Thank you, Cecilia Mills, 703 Wilder Drive. Since I was watching for the Northeast Park, I just stayed on, and now I have a question about this hydraulic intersection. And if you could possibly bring the drawing back up, that would be helpful because you went through them very quickly. But my question is, I drive through this intersection quite often, and I know that the traffic that backs up is often because you're behind a truck. So it looked as if the lane turning towards north on Hillsdale becomes one lane, and then people want to turn into Whole Foods at that first exit, and then that backs up onto hydraulic as well. So yeah, that's the Angus in 29. That's not the hydraulic. But anyway, my question is it still one lane when you're going north on Hillsdale from hydraulic? Because that just seems like a recipe for disaster with trucks and people going into one lane north on Hillsdale at hydraulic.
Mayor and Council.
Roundabout.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, if I may. No, it's 2 lanes, and the traffic circle is designed to accommodate large truck traffic as well. Knowing with the old Kmart site and Whole Foods, large trucks will have to maneuver that traffic circle. But it is 2 lanes throughout all of hydraulic.
And then on Hillsdale, that's still 2 lanes turning right off of hydraulic?
I believe Hillsdale will be 1 lane.
That's what I'm saying. That's where the backup, there's a turn into Whole Foods that everybody thinks they need to go into. And it's currently 2 lanes turning north on Hillsdale.
Okay. If it's 2 lanes now, it will remain 2 lanes.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
All right, thank you.
No, glad to, yes.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak?
If anybody else in attendance would like to address council relating to this public hearing, please click the raise hand icon or press *9. And no other hands raised, Mayor.
All right, thank you. So we'll close the public hearing. For that, are there any additional questions from council? Clarifying questions? Nope. All right. Is there a motion?
Just to clarify, I see there's 2 resolutions. Is that correct?
No.
Yeah.
One of them is by the MPO and one of them is by the Jefferson Planning District Commission.
Yes, one of the bike path project is submitted by the Planning District Commission.
So we have to move for each of them individually, correct?
Both resolutions.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, then I'll get started here. I have to do them one at a time. Adopt a resolution endorsing the submission of Smart Scale HB2 applications requesting transportation funding by the Charlottesville-Albemarle Metropolitan Organization.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, any clarifying or further discussion, clarifying questions? No? All right. Thomas, would you take the vote, please?
Mr. Payne,
Yes.
Mr. Snook, Mr. Snook,
Can you hear us?
we may have lost him.
I can see him saying yes, but I can't hear him.
Okay, I couldn't see him.
He's given a thumbs up, but something must be going on with his audio.
Okay, Ms. Walker,
Yes.
Ms. McGill,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
I'm
Oh, John's getting nervous because we didn't hear Lloyd.
No,
Okay.
well, Mayor Walker, if I may, Councilor Snook, could you just please send a message to Ms. Thomas indicating how you want to vote, just in case there's any question for the record?
Should he send it through the chat?
Right, through the chat.
Yeah. I'm trying to read Lloyd's mind of what he's saying. Maybe I'm doing a good job.
I can see him now.
Yeah, can see him, just can't hear him. But he just sent the message yes to the
Got it.
chat. All right.
So ready for the next motion? Are you ready? I move we adopt a resolution endorsing the submission of Smart Scale HB2 application requesting transportation funding by the Thomas Jefferson Planning District Commission.
Second.
All right. Any further discussion?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I found a button I didn't know I had. All right.
Okay, thank you. So
Mr.
there.
Payne? Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Ready for the vote?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Payne,
Yes.
Mr. Snook,
Yes.
Ms. Walker,
Yes.
Ms. McGill,
Yes.
Ms. Hill.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor
Thank you.
and Council. If I could, Janacek, who has been so instrumental in working with this and with our staff on this project, just sent me an email making sure that I was clear that there would be those 2 restricted turning movements at hydraulic as part of this. I think I touched on it, but I may have ran through it a little bit, where it wasn't so clear. So she just sent me an email just to make sure that I was clear on it. So thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you to staff.
Okay. Next, we have an ordinance amending chapter 33, weapons of the code of City of Charlottesville to add section 33-10 to prohibition of firearms on city property. And it's the second reading.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and councilors. This is the second reading, but Councilor Snook had sent an email and asking for this item to be delayed for a third reading. He had some questions he wanted to go over with the Commonwealth's attorney concerning the enforcement of this. But I would like to let the public know, in addition, some things that have occurred, and there are a few changes highlighted in the memo that you received, one of which is the Charlottesville Redevelopment and Housing Authority, as well as the parking garages, are not going to be considered governmental for use for governmental purposes for this ordinance. A question had arisen about CRHA and whether it was a local authority or not, but just to be safe, if you take a look in chapter 36 of the Virginia Code, or title 36 of the Virginia Code, you'll see that it is a local political subdivision that has to be activated by the voters. And additionally, as you know, the council appoints the authority board members. And so I think it's better, just rather than to have any ambiguity for a criminal statute or ordinance, it's better just to say CRHA is exempted in terms of providing housing. Another change that has been made is previously the ordinance is written if a special event were to be held in the city and they wanted to hire armed security, their only option would be to hire off-duty police officers. There's now another option which allows for certified officers by the DCJS, armed security officers to be hired. So in effect, somebody who had a special event and needed armed security or thought they had the need for armed security could hire someone besides an off-duty police officer. Councilor Snook has asked, and the next version of the ordinance you'll see on September 8th, there will be a definition of firearm that tracks the definition of firearm found in the Virginia State Code. And also Councilor Snook requested, based on the Dogwood Parade, the Dogwood Festival Parade, an exemption for a historical reenactor that carries an inoperable firearm. Alexandria and Arlington enacted similar exceptions to their ordinance because they also have parades in which historical reenactors might carry inoperable firearms. But again, I know Councilor Snook's here. We'd ask that this will come back on your September 8th agenda after he and I meet with Mr. Platania to answer some questions he has.
And I would make that request.
I'm comfortable with that.
I will oblige that request.
It's important that if we're going to make this a criminal statute, that it be bulletproof, basically, if I can misuse the metaphor in this instance. But it's something where, particularly where the state statute says, if there is to be a challenge to this ordinance, and the challenge is successful, we have to pay the attorney's fees of the other side.
Yeah.
We've been there. We don't want to do that. Let's make sure we get it right before we pass it.
Definitely, and I think the questions with the Commonwealth's attorney about actual practicality of enforcement is really critical as well.
I agree.
So I'll have a little concern about the guns in a historical context or inoperable, because how do you know that? I could see where that could be, that could become a tricky situation. And especially, I'm thinking if someone intends to do harm, that gives them the, avenue to have the gun on a scene where someone may think it's one that doesn't work when it actually does. So there still should be some sort of monitoring for that.
And we can talk about that with Mr. Platania as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, so are there any further questions on this? Nope, so it'll be on for a third reading on September 8th. All right, thank you. It's 9, okay, we'll continue. So next we have the resolution for the consideration of support for the Frontline Workers Fair Treatment Charter. Have we put that on hold? Okay.
I think Mr. Allen is here.
Okay.
What I wanted to say, just as a refresher, that the Frontline Workers Fair Treatment Charter, as you are aware, was developed by the Equity Center Network to Work at Piedmont Valley and the University of Virginia's President's Council. And basically what this was, the charter was to identify regional support for the rebuilding of a healthy community as localities move forward with recovery efforts. And they had listed a number of practices that we were requested to answer and to see how we're moving forward with them. And we did just that. We answered those practices to the best of our ability. And we answered all of them. The only ones that we did have kind of some pause on was numbers 3 and 6 of that. And one was based upon the robust premium compensation. And then the other one was dealing with open hiring practices. And we talked about that. And I had a conversation with Mr. Allen this morning about that. And then about our options in terms of how we move forward with that, and then be in collaboration with our partners throughout this region. So I'll turn over to Mr. Allen, and he can explain more about the direction that we can go into if we are not ready to move forward with this resolution. As I mentioned, number 3 and 6, we do have some issues with those two, and he can further explain where they're at, and then how our partners are dealing with those practices also. Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Good evening, everyone. Good to see you. I think you summarized our sort of conversation this morning and sort of the progress of this charter, that really trying to optimize item number 12 with the regional partnership. I know that the university is in the same boat in terms of number 3 with the extra compensation, given the concerns of this fall from a fiscal standpoint. And so essentially, one of the things that could be amended is a partial resolution, in saying that, we will look at the items that we are already dedicated towards, and then looking at future collaboration across the region, the Charlottesville County and university, to look at items 3 and 6.
So is there a plan for 3? Are we saying, what are we saying? That we're working on a plan, or we're saying that there isn't anything that we can do at this time?
No, I don't think that's the case. What we did was answer that in terms of what we're currently doing. And then basically just talking about our overall plan in terms of trying to address it even more than what we're doing currently. As we talked about before, with that, with the premium compensation, was that we provide our employees with administrative leave days at this current moment. When I'm coming back to the council is proposing a way that we can provide our employees with a bonus, for their work during COVID. And then as we move forward, look at other ways that we can try to provide them with some type of additional compensation for working throughout COVID. And then the other item, that's something that we just will not be able to do in its current form, based upon some EEO violation that we may be confronted with if we move forward with that. And I think that our partners are kind of dealing with the same thing with numbers 3 and 6. And you can better address that, Mr. Allen, if you can.
I would say that's accurate.
And on item 3, is it accurate that most of that tension there is between choosing between layoffs or furloughing and that additional pay, and just navigating that reality? Or
I think it's all of the above. I mean, because we're all facing an uncertainty in terms of our projected revenues and our overall expenditures. So we're all, trying to manage the budgets as best as we can, but still try to provide some compensation or other ways to compensate our employees.
So is the problem with number 6, the open hiring practices, that it runs the risk of us not basically waiting for a more diverse pool of applicants, so that we may end up with, if all the first 10 applicants for the job are all white, bam, we've got a white person there, even though we may have a desire for more diversity in our workforce? Is that the problem?
I think that's correct.
Okay. And
Well,
so
that
by holding it open longer, we allow for a greater variety of folks to apply.
I would also think it would be about people who would happen to know that a job is being posted. Either they
Okay.
know somebody who's already working in the field and says, hey, go apply for this job, versus seeing it and having an equal chance of seeing it.
Yeah. It opened 10 minutes ago. It'll be closed in a half an hour.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
And I also think that we need to have the discussion around if people are laid off, then are those individuals able to return to their jobs, which is another level of discussion. But I think it's something that we, and I hope everyone is considering in this, if they are being laid off because of the pandemic, what, when we open back up, what happens? Do they go in the same applicant pool as everyone else?
I think that we would possibly look back at our employees that were here and, offer them some of the openings or provide them with opportunities to apply for those positions.
So I'm anticipating we're going to continue to have more dialogue on these topics moving forward, but I guess where does that put us for this specific charter request? Is it that, Mr. Allen, you have some suggested just edits, or you said that you might want us to go ahead and basically approve everything and say that you're looking at future collaboration for items 3 and 6? And what does that language look like? I just, I know that you've been to us twice, and I want to make sure that we at least address the needs being sought with whatever council is comfortable with.
I'll let John speak first. I saw he unmuted himself. I didn't know if you wanted to frame that or not, John.
Sure. I think one option would be to adopt a resolution endorsing the charter tonight with exceptions of items 3 and 6, which would then be referred to the council that's referred to, the commission referred to in item 12 for further study and collaboration.
So is that council, it says a Regional Frontline Workers' Rights Commission. We would be referring how we want to answer 3 and 6 to this Regional Frontline Worker Rights Commission?
No, I don't think it's answering it, but I think it's us putting down what we're currently doing and then coming back to the commission and seeing what everyone else is doing. And then we work together to see, what type of, where we at all together as we work in collaboration to try to, provide those practices to our employees.
I guess I'm having a hard time figuring out what exactly the commission is going to end up doing.
I would say what John stated it in terms of a further study of items 3 and 6 to see what possibilities or avenues there are towards it. It seems to me that everyone is in agreement that this could possibly be a thing, but it's not a simple yes or no answer at this point. I think it would require some further study. And so that commission could literally be, this could be a catalyst to further studying that item, specifically number 3.
And so that would be workers from Charlottesville, workers from Albemarle, workers from UVA?
At this point in time, I would say at the minimum, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And I guess, can you just kind of update us on how the formation of that will work and timelines? Because last time I think it was pretty early, and I think it's one of the things we're trying to approve is that as part of it. So it's kind of like a chicken and the egg a little bit.
I think that would require maybe some further conversations beyond tonight as to what that would entail. But I think from here, with the commitment to the resolution, I think we could get started with that work, sort of as Councilman Snook just described, of regional collaboration of workers and each of the entities, the institutions being able to put forth that. But the first step, I believe, is that the leadership from each of those institutions, the counties, the city, obviously tonight, and the university, are eager to engage in those conversations for a regional collaboration.
Okay.
So Mr. Blair, we don't have a specific resolution in front of us, but that language still applies?
Yes.
Okay. Mayor Walker, do you want a motion yet, or? Oh, your microphone's off. We can't hear you, Nakaya.
Items 8 and 9, where were we? What was our response to that? The wraparound services during illness.
Dr. Richardson, do you have that summary handy that you gave to council before our last meeting? Your microphone's off.
I haven't.
Said mine's too.
Oh, Cena's got it up.
So it says,
I was saying that they, you know,
Cena's got it if you want her to read it.
okay.
so the wraparound services during illness, the notes underneath are city staff and community members have access to wraparound services if they are exposed and need to remain at home. Human Services works in collaboration with the health department who delivers food, PPE, and other items to homes of those infected. Human Services provides small grants, hotel stays for those in the community who are unable to remain at home safely during isolation. As far as the childcare, number 9, schools have been willing to engage in these conversations, but there are still many open traditional childcare slots in this community for people who need them. The YMCA has also expressed a willingness to create a school-age childcare program if there is sufficient interest. And finally, thus far, there has not been an increased demand for childcare in our community. However, this may change if schools reopen.
And those statements are more like around the general population, of which I would assume city employees are part of it. So,
Correct. Thank you for that, Councilwoman McGill, because I couldn't pull mine up for some reason.
So do we have arrangements? Because I know that there were some concerns about hotels, and do we have contingency plans already with them? Are we saying that we would be able to book rooms for employees? Do we have a potential contract? Like, how has that been worked out? I know there's already some concern about the UVA and the contracts that they may have if students or staff become sick. Are there enough hotels for UVA students and city staff or others? And as someone who's worked with, issues regarding food security for families in this area, there were concerns even with us at the time. And I know if there's any food movement happening, Chantel and her team, or that team, is at the table for those discussions. And there was concerns about how many people we would be able to feed based on how many people were sick, at once. So I'm just, I missed the last discussion, but I just want to make sure that, people are not expecting something that we wouldn't be able to deliver if there were a lot of people at the same time who needed these services. Because this is sort of like what's going on at the hospital. You may survive if you are not, one of 100 people coming in the door at the same time, but if you're trickling in, that maybe your survival rate increases. So the same thing, if you're one of 3 families, yes, we can provide you with food, but if you're one of 1,000 families, then that changes. Or are we saying we're going to ensure, no matter what resources that we have to tap into, that we are going to feed or help feed or help protect with hotel stays any family that needs it.
Mayor Walker, you bring up excellent points. I don't want to speak for anyone else, but the Equity Center has been very heavily involved with Cultivate Charlottesville and Chantel and Gabby and that team and providing the wraparound services, beginning almost with the Crescent Hall event, which, gosh, that was what, June, beginning of June into May, that at each of the testing sites that have been provided by either Centera Martha Jeff, the Thomas Jefferson Health District, or UVA Health, we have set up a network on the back end to provide wraparound services that is heavily involved city personnel and is currently transitioning to city personnel to provide those resources that you just mentioned. I would say that even with that network, the need is great. I think regardless. And so I think it's one of those things that we have been able to provide during this time, and we'll continue it through the fall as long as this goes on. So I just wanted to comment that I do believe that that item on the charter is something that is moving in a positive direction. And I would just urge the council to consider the childcare. I think as schools have made their decisions for this fall, I think that childcare need will increase as the more we require people to come back to work, the more we're going to need childcare, right? And the schools can't provide that, nor should they, as their schools.
And I think that's one thing that's probably missing from here when you base the decisions that you're making on like the capitalistic system versus ensuring care for communities, because part of the discussion that started happening and we had a bit of it is, do you limit some of the requirements for like home daycare centers or whatever, and you put people who are small business owners at risk, who probably don't have the best insurance, who may take kids because they are, able to, but that doesn't do anything for the if-then situation of if they do become ill, then what are we saying? We didn't think that schools were safe. This is sort of the discussion that came up at the beginning of the meeting, but we are going to say the kids that now can't come to school can come into your home. And then if you get sick, and since it's an in-home daycare, you put your entire family at risk. What are we then saying about how we're going to take care of people who pick up that slack when we're saying that you can't even walk into these, bigger school buildings because we can't keep you safe in those?
Well, I guess we can continue to work through this document with the partnership and then see where we're at from there. Is that how we move forward, Mr. Allen?
Yeah, and I would also, if this is written up anywhere, I know that Councilwoman McGill had mentioned she was reading from something. Any of those notes of what this is?
I thought you had it. I apologize.
Say again?
I thought you had it. I apologize.
Oh, no, I listened to the last one, but I think more for as we move towards a regional collaboration, what I will continue to do is not only just urge the city, but also the university and the county to sort of almost a status report of where they are with each item and to see what sort of solutions have been accomplished in any of these items where some institutions may have gaps. And so I would say if a win for tonight would be a commitment to all the items except 3 and 6 at this time, because there's been progress made. And then also, how do we get sort of a public facing document that sort of details some of the progress made on the others? Because I think, as Mayor Walker brings up, I think there's growth in each of these areas that we'd like to establish for our workforce.
And we did in our original meeting give you the green light or support for number 12, so that could begin. Okay, I thought I remembered that. So council, do we want to make a formal resolution in support of the sections that we have some comfort with?
I have another number 11. The notes there.
Well, I would say so, of moving forward in support of it, except for with those two items removed.
Oh, Nakai, did you say you had another question? Sorry.
Yeah,
You said
about number 11.
Number
because
11 about healthcare availability, and our response is that full-time staff are eligible to receive health insurance.
Yeah, so it excludes a whole line of temporary and some part-time seasonal workers who are hundreds of people in the city who are working, who do not have health care. And if they still have access to the affordable care requirements, then it wasn't very affordable.
Has the university dealt with that, Mr. Allen?
The healthcare for its employees.
Mm-hmm. Just
Yeah,
differentiating full-time versus part-time employees relative to healthcare.
The benefits that are available are yes, there are benefits available regarding healthcare for employees as well as testing. So
even if they're not a full-time employee.
Yes, you have options even if you're not a full-time employee.
Let me go back too, because I think we do have options too here where part-time employees are available to tap into our insurance.
Yeah, because UVA temporary employees, I mean, unless that's changed in the last couple of years, they never had health insurance before.
Well, I know in terms of what's available for temporary employees with the city, unless you choose tier 3, the option for the HSA plan, then, and that allotted you with, I think, $500 a year or something to that nature. And then it would prevent you possibly from going bankrupt. And that's determined by the income, I think, of the individuals who had to use that insurance. But that was the only one that temporary employees may have been able to afford before. And so I think for us, we would know that is like how many temporary employees have used any of the healthcare options that we have. And then that will allow you at least to know how those frontline workers are faring in, with meeting number 11.
I have another question, I guess, about the applicability or the application of number 11. Is the essence of this to say that, let's suppose that there is a temporary or whatever part-time frontline worker. Are we saying that if we're putting them out there as a frontline worker and they get COVID-19, which they would presumably have gotten only because they were being a frontline worker for us, that we are going to limit whatever health care benefits we give to them to be the limit, to be the kinds of care that they would get under the some of the less generous plans? Or are we saying that affordable health care for COVID-19 in particular, for people who are having an unusual risk of getting COVID-19, is one of those things that we as an employer ought to take on? Because it sort of seems not like it's not really a very strong step in the right direction to say, okay, go out there and hustle around with all these people who are going to get you sick. And then we get you sick, and then, oh, well, but you were only part-time, so you only get part benefits.
How many essential employees do we have who are part-time or temporary?
We have to look at, I know the number is really, really high in terms of our part-time temporary employees.
But that are essential workers?
We don't have that many in terms that are essential workers. All of our essential workers are, all of us on the front line as, police, fire, and, certain other departments, public works, public utilities.
Well, I don't think you can say that, because if you open a golf course back up and you send somebody out there to work, then you have now said that you are an essential worker. If you have people doing park wellness, and if they have the potential to come in contact with anyone at any point, then you are saying that you are essential. We've had staff members test positive. So at any point, any of those staff members, whether it's public works, utilities, whatever, you are now saying you're working in this environment, you are now an essential worker. And at any point, if any of those individuals do not have access to insurance, or even if they have access, our top tier insurance, you are paying for more than one person. So again, if people can add their families to it, which they would need to, because if they are exposed, they can potentially expose your family. You're talking about someone who is in a temporary status being able to pay $160 or $130 per check. That's just for one additional person. And it's more than that if you have more family members than that. That's not even saying if they are even able to afford that. And I'm sure most of them are not. So it's back to revisiting what we determine is essential, because as soon as we vote to open anything, that is not in a virtual platform, like some of the discussions that have been about opening childcare spaces, there is going to be some employees who will have to be at those centers to make sure things run smoothly, even if there are other people there in a volunteer capacity. So you've now put people on the front lines with a lot of unknowns with this virus. Okay, well, no comment. What are we doing here, Mr. Blair? Are we?
Well, I think we're at the point where if somebody wants to make a motion and then a second, there can be further discussion or call of the question.
So is there a motion?
Before making a motion, could I just ask Mr. Allen, the concern that I was expressing earlier about part-time people who end up getting COVID because we've put them out there as on the front lines. How is the university, or how is Albemarle looking at that issue? Or are they?
I can't speak for the county, and I'm not like a university spokesman either, but I do know that, like I stated, UVA has healthcare benefits for its part-time employees. That is not, I'm not talking about temp employees. That's a little bit different, but as a part-time employee, you do have the option to get healthcare. You could question if it was affordable or not, but I think during this pandemic, the testing that they are providing, as well as the services for childcare, is something that they are doing. And I think, Councilman Slick, this again goes to the point of what I'd be interested in seeing is this regional collaboration of all these things to compare and contrast. It's not a commitment to do these things, right? You're not going to be on the hook for providing each of these things by going to this resolution. What you're committing to is that specific question that you have, you would be able to ask it directly to university personnel, to county leadership, and to make collaborative efforts around this, as opposed to three institutions trying to problem solve fairly large issues individually.
So would it be appropriate to think about, whereas a moment ago we were thinking perhaps we support it, but we want 3 and 6 to be reviewed by the commission established in number 12. We could add number 11 as being something else we would want to be reviewed by the commission established in number 12. I mean, I don't know whether that gets us closer to an agreement or farther apart, but
Well, I think this is more of a working document when we work collaboration with the other partners that will come to some type of resolution in terms of what everybody is doing. It's really just looking at it. That's just my opinion, Mr. Allen, that we're looking at it from all of our partners and then trying to find a way that we can all provide some, what we have now, and then what can we add by working with the others and seeing what they're doing within their particular organizations.
And I
that case, why didn't we have why wasn't number 12 just a number 1? And then 1 through 11 were examples of things that would be researched under the body that's created under number 12. Because if people read this, they are going to say to us, and I think we should be doing all these things, and I support them. And what I'm struggling with is that I think it's something that we can do better on a lot of these issues. And if someone were reading this, they would say to us, "Hey, so you are supporting wraparound services during illness." And I was one of the first, one of the members on that first, call with Crescent Hall is the example you use. So we brainstormed if there are more positives in this building, and how do we keep people safe in a nursing home type setting? Because that's essentially what's going on in that building. And that's where the whole idea about these wraparound service, and we started brainstorming what that would look like. And we also talked about it at a South First Street, West Haven, Friendship Court type, like if there are multiple families who are sick, how do we provide them with the wraparound services needed so that they could not worry about anything but getting well, stay indoors, and feed however many family members also, and whatever other needs they had. So I support us doing all of those things, but I think that with signing off on this, that we are saying that this is something that we do or plan to do, or we're putting the plans in place to be able to do it by X date. And that's not what I'm hearing. So it just sounds like I support number 12 and I support all the other things, but I would like to feel a little bit more comfortable that we are not saying that we are doing anything but studying these items at this time.
And I certainly agree that perspective. That was, last week, even just reaching out to colleagues and just trying to understand where do we go from here, because this is essentially what we looked at 2 meetings ago. And Dr. Richardson provided a brief update at the last meeting, but still wasn't a lot of things resolved. And so I think we're all in support of work being done so that all of us can try, all these organizations, including the city, the county, and the university and beyond, can achieve these points. But I agree with Mayor Walker. This is where I've just had a hard time with seeing how do we get this to the next steps without misrepresenting where we are and also owning it. So
I agree with the perspective Dr. Richardson offered just a little bit ago in terms of it being a working document that provides a basis for this regional collaboration and invites these conversations, and also invites conversations about what are limitations in terms of what we can do and how can we try to collaborate regionally to overcome those limitations and improve what we're doing. And for that reason, I am totally comfortable in endorsing the document absent items 3 and 6 and moving forward in that way. I would be ready to make a motion to that end. I don't know if anyone else will second it or support it, but I don't know if anyone has any other thoughts.
I would just add to just listening to Mayor Walker, and I think I hear the hesitation, but it really is, as Councilman Payne just said, a status report of where you're currently at. And I think making that visible to the regional partners so that everyone can have a conversation, because to date it's just been a conversation and a couple notes, right? But how can we make it updated so that we can all see it and all actually have a tangible conversation about it. And then secondly, there's a couple items on there that are very specific to COVID and a pandemic, right? The wraparound services, the PPE. But each of those items on there, and I also hear like everyone's support of it, are things that we should be striving for regardless, right? And I think those are things without a pandemic, we would have been trying to strive for those things as well. And so I think that's the importance of having this collaboration, because hopefully COVID will be gone, right? But these issues will still be there. Part-time employees not having health care, childcare issues, all these things we have been trying to address for long time, right? And so let's make it a regional collaboration across these different partners.
And I just think supporting this would be a step forward in that process of moving towards getting there. I said this last time, and I feel the same way as well. I just don't view the purpose of this document as at all saying mission accomplished, like we've done all this. I think it's the exact opposite, which is why I support moving forward with supporting it absent items 3 and 6. So I would make a motion to support the frontline workers fair treatment charter absent items 3 and 6.
I think that the absence is because there'll be future collaboration with the Frontline Workers Commission to further evaluate those. And that's the only, and I'm sorry, I'm like messing up your motion. I'll wait for a second. I just have a comment I want to make. I guess I can second it because I want to be able to discuss it. I'll second it. That's where I'm just confused, because I think that what we're saying about 3 and 6, like as Nakai was saying, is kind of what we're saying about all of these items. They're all, even if we're doing some things right now, we're not doing them optimally necessarily. And so I'm just trying to understand. I hear what Michael's saying. Like I want to just make sure that what we're saying is really representative of what we mean, and that this is just a first step, and that this is a working collaborative effort. But I think that applies to all these points and not just 3 and 6. And that's where I'm just kind of confused on why we're kind of isolating 2 of the items when that's probably true of all of them.
I mean,
it is all of them. I mean, like I said before, it's a working document. So we'll continue to work on those. But I know right now that I know that the university, I know that the county, they're talking about number 3 and 6, because 3, we know that's a financial issue right there in terms of compensation, where we're all at and looking at it. And 6 is just something we just have EO issues with. But all these documents, as you said, want to continue to work on them, and it's working through the partnership to talk about it in ways that we can have those conversations to make improvements in those various areas. What one is doing, another may not be doing, where we can look at that and try to strategize and see how we can be able to do it. So I think that this is more so, well, I'm not going to speak for Mr. Allen, but also, it's like sort of like a think tank almost, trying to improve in those various areas. As he said before, these may go, further than just during, the COVID pandemic. These may extend further into, outer years, where we're trying to work and trying to figure out this solution, and then have a plan moving forward about how do we get there.
Shouldn't that's okay.
This is just where we're at right now. It's not where we're, we're trying to go to those specific areas and address them with more. Right now, this is just where we're currently at in terms of answering those practices.
It sounds like 3 and 6, we either can't do anything about right now because of the equal opportunity. I mean, number 6 has got us some, and then 3, we're doing a minimal, and the others we've made better progress on potentially.
But, yes, and then there's still
and that's
room
why we're
for improvement.
focusing on 3 and 6.
Yeah.
And that 3 and 6 are just a little bit stickier. Like we've made some progress in the other ones, but 3 and 6 become stickier which is why they're getting left out, to be very specifically worked on first.
I don't think so, because I've been talking about childcare and started having that conversation with Maurice. Childcare, a sick bank, all those type of things for employees that we haven't done yet. So I'm very interested in having this conversation Monday through Friday until we get it right. But I do have a problem like voting on it. I understand if we are doing better than we could be doing or would have been, I don't even know what to say, but I just think we have a lot of work to do, and especially to, and we've been doing a really, pretty good job in trying to keep people safe and keep people, employed and all of those things, but there's still a lot of concern about, around, like, even unless something happened while I was away, what paid sick leave looks like, and what happens when you run out of leave. Then you've contracted COVID working, you have to use your sick time, and then you start using vacation time. Like, what's happening now? Are we telling people if you work for us and you get sick that you don't have to use vacation days, because you will need a vacation once this pandemic is over, and that you shouldn't have to use that time because you got sick and ran out of sick leave? Like, what are we saying? So
this is why we're doing this exercise, to be able to look at it from the perspective of other folks and seeing what they're doing. There's a difference also too that we need to look at if COVID is contracted while outside the workplace and then inside of the workplace. So there's different ways that we can look at these. I mean, we can go through so many different scenarios right now about different things that are going on, but I think this gives us a starting point of having those conversations with the other entities, because we always try to work in collaboration with, I know since I've been here, a lot of things that we do, especially after the introduction of COVID, was we try to stay in lockstep with, at least the county in terms of things that we do, in terms of our partnerships. And then we try to work a lot with the university on different things also. But, I think this gives us the opportunity to be able to do that and to keep adding things to it, because this is part of, the group setting of what they're trying to get to, have these conversations about all these different things. And then there'll be things that pop up that we may add to the list. And I'm not trying to speak for you, Mr. Allen, but I think that's the basis for this collaboration.
And I don't think any of us, like, that's what I think we're all on the same page in that level. It's just that the first time this came in front of us, I always read it as a charter that we were promoting and wanting to support, because we wanted employers in our region to follow these guidelines. But yet we were looking in the mirror and being like, would struggle to do that. And so to me now, what we're discussing is a very different scope around this charter. It's not that we're being asked to sign onto it as is so that others can follow that lead. It's now we want to kind of work through this charter to understand what is feasible and what are things we could each do to achieve some of these goals and to expand on those goals. So I just feel like it's a different scope, and this document has a different representation than when it was originally presented. So maybe I'm just confused.
And there are some things we would have to consider differently, because the county was still, let's use the county as an example, but they were still trying to figure out whether to, how they were going to get people to this base wage of $15, right? And so in their deliberations, that is going to be a factor in their conversation, that they are still trying to figure out this minimum wage for the area. So then if we follow what they're doing, when we've already hit that base wage, then we are going to automatically already start at a different place than they have started. And I think those, from my understanding, conversations have been put on hold because of the pandemic. And then you have the situation with UVA a couple months ago with the Airmark employees. And I don't know where that stands at this point, since they have, since classes are, tentatively, I guess, and going to be in session. But that's not okay either, right? You can't say we don't need you at this point, and when you probably can't get a job anywhere else, so your job would be available. So we don't want to be in lockstep with them on those type of situations either. So I would hope that everyone would be hopefully trying to get to the same place, but we would have to acknowledge the different starting points, and the fact that, maybe something that would be seen as like a dramatic increase with pay with the county would not be for us, and we would have to do a little bit more than they would be probably doing, because we are already ahead of them with pay.
I just, again, to me, it seems fairly straightforward as a working document that provides a basis for regional collaboration to begin to address all the issues outlined in a way that is never presuming to say we're where we need to be on a whole host of things. And I think this is just a small step forward in that regard, and we're not moving forward to not express support of it.
And let me say, what I would say is, first of all, I agree with Michael. I think we ought to go ahead and accept it as a working document. It is not a time for high-fiving, but it's a time to focus on how we take next steps. And with that in mind, I would vote for it.
All right, so there's a second. All right.
I did second it earlier.
All right, so Ms. Thomas, would you take the vote, please?
Mr. Payne,
Yes.
Mr. Snook,
Yes.
Ms. Walker,
No. I support 12, and I support working on 1 through 11 and some additional items. And so my vote for 12 still stands, that I support that and hope that we can figure out how to take care of people well, but I would need a little bit more, because I think the way that this is will be read, and reading it will be that this is something that we're doing well, and I don't think that that we are there yet.
okay. Ms. McGill,
Vote yes, because I want to be working on this, and I want this to be working on as a regional collaborative. Again, I think we have much needed improvement in all of these areas. And I do not want to be a hypocrite, and I want these to be the goals that we're striving for. And as long as that's understood, that we all understand that this is not where we're at yet, and that we want to keep striving towards this, and this gives us those goals and metrics to measure ourselves towards, and hopefully get input from other places that might be doing some areas better than we are.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Okay.
As discussed and presented, I feel like we're all in alignment. We're mostly in alignment on where we're trying to go with this, and I support moving forward.
Okay, so that carries 4-1. What, in terms of the report back from the creation of the Regional Frontline Workers Commission and us working on items 1 through 12, how often will council receive those reports? I think that we should at least receive an update at least monthly on the status of where we are.
Is that a question for me, Mayor Walker? I believe that.
Dr.
Yes.
Richardson.
Okay.
I think that would probably go to Mr. Allen, but I mean, that's part of the group, the partnership. I think that they will take your suggestion and then be able to have that conversation with the group in terms of how they're going to present the information.
We're gonna have representation on that group.
Yeah, who is our representative? Or will that be you, Dr. Richardson? Who will be our representative on that group?
No, that will probably be, I'll designate a person. I don't have a person yet, but I'll designate someone.
So how many people per locality do it? So I thought this had kind of already been worked out. So
It is not been worked out, Mayor Walker. I think from this point, with Dr. Richardson as the point of contact for now until he delegates it, I think it would be a conversation to identify how many people would be reasonable moving forward. And then also, again, I think as everyone's on the same page, this document was intended to be a reflection in the mirror to see where everyone's at. And so just like the city has work to do, the university has work to do, as well as the county, and that's the purpose of this. And so I can follow up with Dr. Richardson about how to move forward. But I do think monthly updates are reasonable and necessary for this type of work.
And number 12 does say that it will be populated by people who are doing this work, who are frontline workers. So
correct.
I would hope that was the case.
But there has to be some sort of, was there management involved with this? Were there elected officials involved with this, or was it just like, or was that going to be determined at a later date?
That'll be determined at a later date.
Okay. Well, I am interested, just to put that out there. If it comes that electeds are a part of the group, I would be, very interested in ensuring that my vote against, that we work towards getting these things right. And so I just put that out there.
Thank you. I think both frontline workers and elected officials would be necessary to co-create this moving forward.
And Mr. Allen, it looks like you won't have to be here till 1:30.
I don't know. I'm gonna do all the extra time.
All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay. So it's 10, so we would have taken a break, 10 at 10. So we'll take another quick break.
10 minutes.
15. So 10:25, we'll be back. All right, Counselor Snook, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I'll call this meeting back to order. And next up, we have the Social Services, Family Services Report. And Diane Cupnio, the Director of Social Services, will present.
Good evening, counselors. I am here tonight. Dr. Richardson had asked for us to do a report on our family and children's services from social services and just how the process works. And along with me is Jenny Jones, and she is our Chief of Family Services, one of our three managers in the department. And she and I are going to be kind of jointly presenting here. I'd like to start off with thanking you for the opportunity to explain some of these processes in a little bit more detail. And we'll start, of course, where we first get reports about families needing services, and that's a Child Protective Services report. So those reports come into us in many ways. They can come in by phone. When our office was open to the public, people actually walked in and made reports. And most of our reports come from mandatory reporters. And those are reporters who are mandated if they suspect there is abuse or neglect affecting a child under the age of 18, they are mandated to report to us. These include school personnel, counselors, medical personnel, police, fire, coaches, ministers, are all mandatory reporters if they have a suspicion. They don't have to determine whether it's valid or not. That comes to us to make that determination. By far, the most reports we get are from the city schools, which is not unexpected given that children spend more time or used to spend more time in school and other than at their homes. The most time they spent was in schools, and those were the adults that were seeing the children most frequently and for the most hours of their lives. Again, anyone can make a CPS referral. And sometimes it's a neighbor, sometimes it's a relative, and the reports are taken as a referral. And Jenny is going to explain about when we receive a report, how we determine whether it's valid or not. Jenny?
Thank you, Diane. A standardized structured decision-making tool is used to determine the validity of a complaint. And for it to be a valid complaint, the alleged victim must be under the age of 18 at the time of the alleged incident, and the alleged abuser must be in a caretaking role of the child. The locality must have jurisdiction in the case, and the alleged abuse and neglect must meet the definitions outlined in state code. So we look at all those definitions, and after looking at that and comparing that to what the caller said to us, then we'll determine that the call is valid. And if it's not determined to be valid, then we screen it out. And so if we screen out a call, that means that we don't look into those concerns at all. If it is determined to be valid, then we will conduct either a family assessment or an investigation. Certain complaints or reports must, by the Code of Virginia, must be investigated, and those would be complaints such as sexual abuse. After we assess the family and we try to figure out what has occurred, whether abuse has occurred, what the risk level is, then we may be required to provide that family services. The goals of Child Protective Services are to ensure the safety of the child, to prevent further abuse and neglect, and to maintain the child in his own family. The DSS works to engage extended family members and other service providers in the development of the service plan that we have with the family when we're working an ongoing Child Protective Services case. So those families either might work with us voluntarily, or they might be court ordered to work with us. If it's determined that it's too unsafe for the child to stay in their home, then DSS might make a recommendation that a child be placed in foster care after determining that they cannot be maintained safely in their home. We often have a family partnership meeting before this decision is made, where we bring all the family and anybody that the family wants to have at the table to discuss the concerns of the child. And then we make a determination as to whether or not, what's the best plan for that child or children, and whether or not they can be maintained in their home. Foster care is a temporary plan, and it is our goal when a child enters into foster care that we really try to work with the family to get that child back home. The department will explore this plan, and if possible, we will reunite that family. While the child is in foster care, we are always looking for other family to build that child's safety net and to hopefully have them actually live with their relatives. It is possible for a child to come into care, and on day one, we can place that child in a kinship arrangement.
And I just want to give a little background on our changes in practices over the last 10 years. When I became director in 2010 of social services here in Charlottesville, we had 210 children in foster care. Currently, we have 89 children in foster care. And when we had 210 children in foster care, many of those children were in congregate care situations, so not even in a foster care family, but in a congregate situation. Many of them were in foster care for years and years and years and years. At this point, we have 89 children in foster care, and 52% of those children are in relative placements. So they are with extended family members. In the state of Virginia, and I know that the advisory board reported this last year to council, the JLARC report, the Joint Legislative Audit Review report, noted that Virginia as a whole was not doing very well with their family services, but they did hold Charlottesville up in a really good light. And noted how many children we had in kinship placements and kinship adoptions. And right now, again, of our children in foster care, 52% are living with relatives. We also, and in Virginia as a whole at this point in time, 6% of children in foster care are living with relatives. So that's updated figures since the JLARC report. We do emphasize kinship care for children in foster care, knowing that it matters. Relatives, blood relatives, or even fictitious relatives at times, that matters in a child, especially if they can't at that moment in time remain with their parent. Even though, you know, for many of these children, they will be returned home at some point. That is our goal, is return home. And if we can't return home, our goal is a relative placement and possibly a relative adoption.
So since we have placed such an emphasis on relative care in Charlottesville, we have really improved our length of stay in foster care. So as Diane stated, our foster care numbers have gone down. And we've done that by what I call concurrent planning. So we're working that return home goal with the parent. The child is placed with their relative, and then we're able to currently work relative placement at that time. So if we aren't able to return the child home, then we will move straight into placement with that relative, which could be a custody transfer, or it could be adoption by that relative. So because we have worked really hard in that area, we've been able to repurpose one of our foster care positions. And we're currently recruiting for what we're calling a parent navigator, which is a model that's being used in lots of different social service type arenas like mental health and substance abuse. And so that parent navigator, we're hoping is going to have lived experience in the child welfare system and will help to work alongside our parents that are working those return home goals. So that's currently posted right now, and it closes this Friday. If anybody knows of somebody that might be interested in that position.
And so as Jenny said, we will have one less foster care position, and we've repurposed that position. And this will be the first time we will have a peer support position for our parents with children in foster care. And kind of to hold their hand. It can be a little frightening to be in a court situation where, your children, are not in your custody at that point, and you're hoping to reach, have the children back in your home. And there are so many players that they have to answer to. Final decisions on all of this is, lies with the judge in the juvenile and domestic court. And although attorneys can be appointed for the parent or parents, that, is also a part of the system and not necessarily as trusted as if we can find the right person to be a peer support and help walk them through the new navigation system they have to learn and try to navigate through. So that's what we're hoping to find, and is currently posted on the city's job board.
And who would that position report to?
It's going to report to one of our foster care supervisors.
Okay. And based on just wherever the idea of this came from, just a person who is a direct report of a supervisor, how much autonomy are they given? Because I know that has come up just in past in terms of when someone who is in advocacy is also an employee, it can be a challenge sometimes. So how do you all see that working out?
So we are modeling our peer navigator from the Child Welfare Agency of Washington, D.C., and they have a whole unit that works with their parents. And so we had modeled our job description after theirs. We work in teams at Charlottesville DSS. So the child and the family has a team. And so I see this person as being part of that team to really help make decisions and walk alongside the parent to help them meet their goals on their service plan.
You might want to reach out to some of the other peer support areas, like On Our Own or the Home to Hope program. Just as I think Mayor Walker has brought up, it can be a little bit different when you're in that position, having walked it. And you can come across some different types of challenges that emotionally can be difficult for somebody, and it's a different type of support that staff person might need, and direction as well. So that's just,
I think they're good things for us to consider. Thank you for that input.
And I'm thinking more along the, lines of just making sure that the person can advocate for families and not kind of get tied to the just system issues, and that you all are their employers, and what that what that becomes. I'm thinking of a lot of, in my advocacy world, a lot of the work that I did with families, and even some, I'm thinking to the 2016 case where the 4 women were suspended from their jobs right before the holiday season. And if somebody is advocating for those individuals, are you all saying we want you to advocate in any, however you need to make sure that people are treated fairly? Or will they kind of get, there was a complaint made and it was sustained, and will they not be allowed to say, really what they're thinking or feeling? So I'm just wondering just what that, truly looks like. It sounds like a good step, but I just know from, some of the work that I've done in the past that people kind of get tied to the decisions that they've made. And it's hard when they are coworkers to, say that there should have been something different that happened here.
Those are also very valid points, Mayor, and things that we need to consider. And it is a new process for us. So I think it'll be a learning process for us, but we want to make this something that is valuable to the people we serve, and not just one more person they have to answer to, and that person has to answer to us and toe the line, so to speak, which I know that's not what we're hoping for. But we will need to make sure we're aware of these pitfalls.
Okay, thank you. Council, are there any other questions? All right, there are no other questions. So thank you all for
Thank you.
Thank you.
sharing the information with us this evening.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Take care. And good night.
All right, so next up, we have another report, the city financial report for July 2020.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council and the public. What this is basically a document that we put together after we talked about that as a council. First, just started with the updates pertaining to our CARES funding, but this is something I've talked about for a number of months after arriving in Charlottesville, was that we could start doing these financial reports and provide you with information pertaining to where we are at each month pertaining to our financials, instead of waiting until we get to the budget and then present you with numbers and you're asking where these numbers come from or where are we at throughout the fiscal year. So what we wanted to do is just basically provide you with our overall budget, where we're at in terms of the general fund, as well as the CARES funds. And we also sent you earlier a document on Friday that had our revenue and expenditures for the utility fund. But tonight we're going to focus on the general fund as well as the CARES funds. But what I wanted to do is just point to your attention that we're going to talk about the FY21 budget and then our year-to-date projections as well as our actuals. But what you'll see going into next year, we'll be able to do that once again in terms of our actuals in this month. You'll see that in fiscal year 22 to talk about our actuals of where we're at for that specific period of time. So it's more so looking at projections of where we are in terms of our projections for that particular month. So you can just see, how we're trending, and you can say, okay, last year we were at this, but now we're here. So this is a start, and it's just a start. So we want to just go through this and give the presentation, and you can ask us questions pertaining to our current revenues and expenditures. So I'll turn it over to Ryan at this time. We'll go through our brief PowerPoint presentation. Ryan.
All right, thank you, Dr. Richardson, Council. Joe, you can go ahead and move on to the next slide, please. Come back one. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to start off with the revenue figures, and as Dr. Richardson said, we're going to focus on the general fund tonight. This is just a snapshot through July 31st of where we are with the revenues. I wanted to point out that for the revenues, we're going to focus on how we did compared to our year-to-date projections as opposed to the year-to-date actuals. That's due to the instead of looking at the percentage of the total budget, there's some irregularities in the collection timing and dates of a lot of these revenues. So looking at that might be give a skewed picture. Whereas right now we're at about 5% of our total revenue. Well, that's exactly what we would be expecting at this point in time, because, for example, our two of our largest revenue sources, real estate and personal property, as you can see, we've only collected about 600,000 of the 88 million, but that's because they're collected twice a year. So there's a lot of irregularities in that. So as of right now, through July 31st, and again, we will update these year-to-date projections and actuals each month for you to show you where we are. But as of right now, we collected approximately 99.6% of our year-to-date target of where we expected to be. We pulled out a couple of the larger ones that are we've been talking a lot about as we went through these post-COVID budget changes, and all of these projections are based on our post-COVID projections. And where we look at month to date for each of these. And so as you can see, with meals tax, we're just slightly below what we were projecting in the year for the month of July. Sales tax, we actually came in ahead. Lodging tax, we did not come in nearly as well as we had thought. That's picking up slower than we had originally anticipated. But again, year to date overall, we're at about 99. A little bit of almost 100% of where our target was. So we're making up for that in a few other areas. Joe, if you can go to the expenditure slide. Okay, thank you. And on the expenditures, just as a perspective, it's hard to do a month-to-date projection on these because with a lot of these, there's one-time contracts and fixed costs and things that are vary from department to department. But as a kind of a point of reference, 1 month of the fiscal year is approximately 8.3% of the fiscal year. So as you can see, overall in the total general fund, we were trending right along with about where we would expect to be. Schools, we pulled out a few of these schools. This is our contribution to the schools plus our schools contracts, the school pupil and the building maintenance. We're about 8.6% of the budget utilized to date. Public safety, this includes police, sheriff, fire, all of our courts, magistrate's office, this and operations, which is all the remaining operational departments, public works, parks and recreation, neighborhood development services, finance, commissioner revenue, all of those departments. Both of those you can see are running about 10%. A lot of that, again, is because fixed costs and one-time contracts and things that come out at the beginning of the fiscal year. So as you go through the fiscal year, you'll see a lot of times those percentages will be a little bit higher towards the beginning, and things will even out as you go further through the fiscal year. And so as we looked at the departments, there was none of the departments that jumped out at us and looked irregular or looked like they were really overshooting or severely undershooting the budget at this point. Everything is right along with where we would expect to be through this point in the fiscal year. All right, Joe, next slide. CARES Act, this is just a refresher of, these are the original appropriations that we came to council with on our CARES Act allocations. These actuals are actually through August the 12th. And these are the actuals to date of what we have spent. Overall, we're at about 59–60% of the total allocation expended, and you can see where we're falling in each of these categories. And at that, that's just a quick snapshot. There's a little bit, you have a little bit more detail on this, and with with the revenues and the expenditures, there's for each of these projections and everything we look at, there's much more detailed spreadsheets that we look at for month-to-date projections on every single revenue that we look at. So, but this, we want to be able to give you at least a snapshot summary, kind of in a one-page view for each of these things, to be able to let you know where we are and see if there was any questions from council about anything we've been seeing to date.
I have a couple comments. So one question is if you can talk a little bit more about the sales tax and what carried that. And then it would be helpful for me if, like, the operations category, if we break that out in the future for the reports. And then with the employee support and contingency at 0 actuals to date, I just think that, I know that there's this regional effort that we were just talking about with the frontline workers, but it just seems like that, we still have the resources there and that we can do something to show our employees that, the work that they've done through the spring, that we have the resources there to say, and this is, what this is, for, too, that we can tell, say with whatever that contribution to them looks like, thank you for the work and for their effort. So those are the some questions that I have at this point.
Sure. On the sales tax one, I'll have to get with Commissioner Revenue, Mr. Divers, on this to see what's been driving that figure. I don't have all of those details directly in front of me. But that's, again, that would be a combination of online sales plus the brick and mortar sales throughout the city. So I'll have to look into that to see what the breakout of that is and see what kind of information is provided to him in those monthly reports. To the second piece on the operations, for this report, I kind of grouped everything into operations and what was sent out to the summary report that was sent out to council that we will be posting on the budget website as well, so that the public can come in and view the actual report. In the future, I can break out operations a little bit more in these presentations if we do future presentations to council. But on the actual reports, we broke those out into a little bit more detail between the operational departments and what's in there. But definitely do that. And finally, on the care stuff, I know starting with the contingency, those funds were set aside as we'll call it a safety net in case there was some of these especially on the operational modifications, technology, any of those where we had estimates, if they came in a lot higher, to allow us to be able to continue to move forward with that. And also, if other needs arose that council wanted that fell within what we could be allowed to use the CARES Act funding for, if the council wanted to deal with as well. So that's why we set that aside. And then on the employee support side, that's one where we came to council with the plan. I guess that was June, July, when we did this first appropriation. And we're still, Dr. Richardson can probably speak to this a little bit more, but we're still working through what is and isn't exactly allowed to make sure that we're getting everything correct before we move forward with doing that. But I don't know if Dr. Richardson has anything to add on the employee support side.
Yes, that's what I'll be coming back to the council with about providing employees with a one-time bonus for the various categories that we have employees in place, our full-time employees, as well as our part-time employees and our first responders, and breaking that out in those 3 categories. and providing you with the numbers that we think that we can provide our employees in terms of that one-time bonus.
And the larger amounts on there will go towards those essential, we determined earlier that almost everybody is essential, but the workers like the fire,
Public safety.
yeah, police. So there's some social workers, people who had to be out and had to be in contact with individuals, which is different from even, like I've been able to work at home. So I don't have to, even though I'm tired, I don't have to risk my health to do the work. So I hope that we are just looking at those categories of like what people have to do on a daily basis. Like CAT workers would be, for me, included in that. It's no way for them to escape. They had to be on the bus with people. So I'd be really interested in what that list looks like. Sorry for interrupting.
So that's where we're at with that. I'll provide council with a proposal in terms of how we're going to break that down. And like I said, it'd be 3 categories. So I'll provide that to you very soon.
And when will we get surplus funding information?
That is something that you're talking about for the next round of CARES funds?
No, from the...
Good evening, Mayor Walker. This is Letitia. Yeah, the allocation, you're talking about the year-end surplus allocation. You won't see that probably before December. We don't do that calculation until after the auditors have certified our books.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I had actually previously asked about the CARES, next round of CARES funding.
Yes, and we'll be getting that information back to you. In terms of that, we'll do what we did before in terms of present you with our proposed appropriations for that. And once we get word that we will be receiving it, we'll provide that to the council.
And right, I know you touched on the technology piece, but do we anticipate digging into that pretty deeply between now and the deadline?
Most definitely. I'm
yeah.
sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say for each of these categories, we had anticipated being able to spend these before we hit the deadline. Some of these things are on the technology side are things that take some time to procure. So that those are take a little bit longer to hit the books. I think what's on here right now is laptops for to help with the workforce with the telecommuting and replacing some that are outdated and not able to fully function and those kind of things. I think that was the first thing, and we were able to get those pretty quickly. The other stuff we're still working through the processes of getting that, but we were anticipating being able to use
that's what
most,
I was
if not all of it.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying about those dollars, especially with the CARES Act funding. When we presented it to you, that's why I said it'd probably be about a month to a month and a half, almost 2 months before we're able to procure all those items within that allocated funding.
And then at what point in the process do you think we'll determine like whether we have extra reserve that we should then reallocate out, given the timeline we need to make those decisions by, and knowing that at some point there's going to be more money coming in?
Go ahead.
We have until the end of the year to use the current allocations that we have. I don't know the new term limit, but we'll be allocated again the 4.2 million that we received the first go around. So we're now in the process of looking at how we need to allocate the next go around. But as Ryan spoke earlier, technology takes a little longer than the other processes because we have to get quotes and then do the procurement process. Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions?
With the meals tax, is the expectation that there's something sort of skewed or lagging there in terms of the year-to-day amount being so close to the projection versus lodging? Or is it just that, at least in terms of revenue, the lodging industry has just been hit a lot worse than the restaurant industry, again, strictly just in terms of the revenue coming in?
Sure. Again, I want to say these are based on our projections of what the recovery would look like, and the restaurants are trending right along with what our anticipated revenue or the anticipated recovery timeline was. However, on the lodging side, it did not recover as quickly, or took a little bit of a. It was always how deep was the V going to be, and then what was the recovery going to look like, and it took a little bit of a deeper V than what we had initially anticipated on the lodging side, and it's a little bit slow recovery. So that's kind of leading to the lag behind with that right now.
So Michael, although people are traveling, they aren't really staying in hotels. They're basically doing the camping thing. So the hotels are kind of lacking as the restaurants, they are picking up because, you know, you can go out and eat now, but the hotels are still lagging behind.
What about Airbnb? Do we get lodging taxes off of Airbnb?
We
We
do
have to
get
wait.
some, but not a lot.
Yeah, I think Todd would better be able to answer that
Yeah.
question.
That's a Todd question.
Yeah, we've been struggling with that, trying to figure out how to, one, get everyone to, acknowledge and sign on with the city that they have an Airbnb, but then getting the revenue from it because of that. And we had that discussion. What year is it? May have been earlier this year, but at least last year, if not, about whether there was some suggestion to have the Airbnb system pay us taxes collected on it. So that was presented, and there was a decision not to go that route. So yeah, that's all I remember. I have some notes somewhere.
Yeah, that was before I was on council, because I remember being on the other side listening.
Last year.
And I know that Smart Seville kind of partnered with the Hack and has done like an inventory of the Airbnbs, because there's obviously, we hear a lot from people who say that their neighbors are using their house as an Airbnb without actually living in it. And so I know that those are some conversations that have happened, and there's certainly more discussion to be had there about how do we have greater accountability for those units and make sure that we're getting our taxes for them.
Mayor Walker, you mentioned earlier you would like to see more on the operations category breakout. Are there particular line items that you're looking for?
No, I just think that they all lump together. Then when we get to the end of the year, it'll be a breakdown, by departments, that it would just be helpful to start seeing that.
Okay. The report we got separately does break it down like that, but I think, like, I agree with her that just showing it to the public, even in this presentation format, would be helpful.
Yeah, we got it.
Thank you.
In the CARES Act money, if there are reserves left over, are there areas identified that would be priorities for where to invest that reserve, or is that still just a totally open question?
I thought we had talked about that when we looked at the CARES money and kind of gave direction. I'm not remembering what we discussed, but I remember that discussion taking place because we remember talking about reserves pretty heavily and if reserves become available. Do you recall, Dr. Richardson?
I remember like a loose commitment to like the community support programs, but
That's what I recall. That once if there was anything left over that.
I just don't know if there's any specifics about community support programs that had particularly highest demand, that ran out the quickest, et cetera.
Yeah, we can get back to you with that. I know Kaki has been the team lead for that, and she's been keeping track of all that. So we would have to get back to you on where the needs are within that. But I know she's got plenty of ideas on ways that she could spend any additional money you guys would send her way. But so I'm sure there's plenty of people that have ideas on how to do that. But
More ideas than dollars, right?
always.
All right. Well, Dr. When we were talking earlier, you mentioned that you had this lump sum that I'm joking.
Yeah, I could say.
I had my magic wand out a minute ago trying to make money appear. It wasn't working.
Like not at all. We did not have that conversation. We didn't. But I'm open.
We're closed.
All right. So any other questions there? No. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
All. And I think this is very helpful. You know, I didn't even, because I'm behind, and so I'm first to admit that. But when I was talking to Councilor Hill earlier today, she referred me back to the email that you sent out on Friday that had this in it, which I had missed, because it's a whole lot of unanswered emails from being away, but and unread. But yeah, once I reviewed it earlier, I thought this was very helpful and exactly what, you know, going towards the goal that we had when we talked about it when you first arrived, and even during the interview process, just having this information, you know, ahead of schedule and being able to ask these type of questions, and for the public to know, you know, throughout the year what's happening.
Thanks.
All right. All right, next up, we have a discussion about boards and commission meeting discussion and guidance. And
The last time we got through August, right? So now we're looking at September and possibly, I think we promised at some point we'd be determining a longer term strategy so that we weren't continually having to do this. I thought we talked about even allowing staff to work through it with the boards and commissions. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out where we had left. I know we just said that the process we're doing right now every month is going to prove to be inhibitive for people to actually meet if necessary, and maybe we don't need to be involved. So
Yeah, I think that we can possibly handle groups meeting once a month. Most of them have been meeting once a month, and that does take into consideration our staffing at this time.
And when does Brian's new person begin?
He's still working on that, and well, I figure he'll give me that answer when he gets back from vacation. Having some time to
chime
think
in a
about
little bit,
different
Dr.
things.
Richardson. We are trying to advertise for that position in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah. Okay. Great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think based on, I just still feel the same that I felt. I know this, I mean, and it can just be, I mean, this should take very long tonight, right? There's, I guess, additional requests. The Sister City Commission wanting to have a retreat in September, which I guess is outside of their, Ms. Thomas, is that in addition to a meeting, or will that be their monthly meeting for the monthly meeting for September?
It's at this point going to be whatever council desires. I know that they are just anxious to meet as a group and move forward because some things were on the table, like the Spanish-speaking Sister City and things that have just been put on hold.
They haven't met yet, have they, since COVID started?
No. Well, they had the one meeting for the outgoing members, and then that was it.
Yeah, so, and then the registry task force is on here, and because of budget, and I haven't talked to staff about this yet, but the measurements and solutions group has to, because that stuff related to, especially the vibrant, you know, communities and the work that we were asking them to do, that's gonna come up, you know, again, so, and we've only had one meeting. So I would ask for that to be added for consideration. But I think that, I mean, Dr. Richardson, I guess it's your call, but I think it would be unfair to staff for us not to just, especially while the reason that we're even involved in this point at all is because of the pandemic and trying to make sure that individuals have access to the material being presented, which means that there is a lot of work from the communication team to make a lot of that happen, that we need to probably just run, you know, maybe ask for any additional, I'm not even gonna say what I was gonna say, because I just think, I mean, I'm thinking of the, you know, we had a lot of feedback from, you know, the hack about the meetings and that they could meet without the assistants, and that wasn't taken into account for me, what public input looked like. You know, the CRB mentioned that we're just trying to keep things consistent with other groups, but that they wanted to meet more and that we were hindering them by not allowing that. And I just think if it's not a uniform policy, then as it is now, the one meeting a month, we're just gonna run into that we have a lot of requests, and then if we don't fulfill them, that, you know, individuals may think that we're picking and choosing versus the, you know, this is what we're doing because of the pandemic.
And Mayor Walker, may I ask that Social Services Advisory Board also be added to that list? We have not met since February. So please add the Social Services Advisory Board to that list of requesting their monthly meeting be allowed. Thank you.
So if Dr. Richardson and staff feel like they can manage this month meeting for any board or commission that wants to meet up to once a month, some of them aren't going to want to meet every month, I'm fairly certain. And we should also instill in all those boards and commissions, like if you don't really need to meet, like let's not meet for the sake of meeting. But I'm ready to pass that baton to staff at this point, given like I could name a couple more boards and commissions that I'm on that haven't been meeting, but it's like, you know, I just don't know that every month we want to go through this list and be picking and choosing, where if we just say, you know what, everyone can meet up, you know, once a month. Up to.
Or we even say when for Brian to be a part of that conversation too, because you know, as we know, they'll do whatever we ask, but he has said that the time challenges, and I guess especially before the board, the new person is hired, and I don't even know if that will meet the requirements of making sure that public has access to all the potential. We have a lot of meetings. We are even supposed to have that meeting about whether we still need all of these boards and commissions that we haven't had yet, because it was overwhelming for us. So to put that off on staff, I
thought that was what he offered. I thought that was discussed already, and that was kind of something they could commit to. And I thought that Joe confirmed that, but maybe I misunderstood.
I thought he was saying the boards that we had already approved. I didn't think he said any board that wanted to meet. Does anyone else remember that conversation?
I do remember him saying that it would not include subcommittee meetings, but one thing that I wanted to say was that right now there are more boards and commissions than there are days in the month, I believe. So that would take some management on Brian's part and his team.
I mean, it might be best if some boards and committees can look at seeing if they can meet on quarterly basis.
And some of them do. That's why I'm saying I don't think that all of them are going to want to meet.
I think that's why if we have it the way that it's going now, where it's, we're just adding, because right now that's 4 for tonight. That in addition to what so if we did what we did last month, we will be voting to approve any board and commission we've already voted on, and then adding these 4.
Well, what if we look at some of the ones, like, I know the retirement commission met, but they didn't need to keep meeting. It was they needed to meet about some specific things. And has that already happened?
We have met about some specific things, but definitely a newer specific thing came up after whatever our council approved. So we've met more than once. And I can't remember if we're supposed to meet again right now.
Because I know like the tree commission wanted to meet, but for some groups, I'm not sure if they needed to keep meeting. I mean, I'm sure a lot of groups will keep meeting unless we say, no, we have, you've got this month, not next month guaranteed.
That also just begs the question, like, we should be looking at the boards and commissions sooner versus later, because if we're in a position where we're not telling a board or commission we want you to meet for the next several months, it's like, okay, is that telling us something about whether we need a board or commission? I'm not naming any specifically. I'm just saying this is like the perfect opportunity for us to look at this more critically and frankly reduce the number of boards and commissions that we have.
But I think what I would feel comfortable with is, again, us having this, maybe discussion, especially making sure that in terms of the communication team and what they are, that Brian is able to let us know that comfortably. And Joe, if you feel like what the capacity is and you feel comfortable with, speaking on that, then I think that's fine. But I think we always put staff in a pretty, interesting, position with this.
I thought one of the other goals was that other staff would be like, there's point persons on staff. Like, granted, yes, Brian's team directly needs to manage some of these more public facing, and they're all available to the public, but not all of them are streamed on Facebook and go through the heavier lifts. Those are really for a few set boards and commissions, including ours and planning commission, et cetera. So I guess I was under the impression that, like, for example, like the housing coordinator would run the HAC meeting and be like just the host of that. And it could be, maybe it's a bad example because I'm sure that wants to be more broadcasted, but that it just seemed like we were going to be spreading that out across more staff members so that it wasn't all focused on, the communications team driving the.
And to your point, Heather, this is Joe. Yeah, we do pass the baton to certain staff on a lot of the meetings, other than we'll call them the big 4: Planning Commission, City Council, and BAR, to co-host the meetings where we would, everything is still filtered through the communications office. We would still set up all the webinars and coordinate it to get everything started, then hand off the meeting to a co-host, but we would still be moderating in a sense. We would not leave the meeting unless if they have some technical challenges or something like that.
And that's still a lot.
Yeah, I was hoping that you wouldn't have to be involved in some of those meetings at all.
Well, we have a duty to ensure that the public also has access to that information.
No, right, and they're all recorded and can be available. To me, it's not much. If you want to sign up and participate in the webinar, you can be there live, but and there's also are all recorded and are going to be available to the public to see. It may not be live for everyone out there unless you're part of the webinar, but that's what I thought was happening.
Go ahead. I just think, well, are you all comfortable with maybe for tonight voting to have this continue? And if everybody's okay with these 4 additional boards being added for now, since they've submitted the request, adding those, and even if we maybe did it for September and October to give us time to have this and not just open it up to everybody until we had, and even if, I don't know what the notice that was sent out asked, but do we know everyone who wants to meet? And even if we have to move it from, just determine ask the question of, can you meet every quarter? Can you meet every other month versus monthly? Is that better than just saying anyone who can meet will meet, will be able to meet?
To my knowledge, we have not sent an updated request to ask who wants to meet.
Okay.
We've just received requests from groups who've wanted to have their meeting.
So if we're adding 4 more meetings tonight, what meetings are we going to take away to make those 4 meetings possible for staff to accommodate? Because I'm like, every month we keep adding a few more meetings, and that's eventually we're just going to get to all of the meetings.
And I don't even know that everyone is meeting that often. That's the thing. So we don't have a way of, we haven't really, I mean, I guess we could track that, but I'm trying to minimize the churn. I'm just trying to figure out what is a more streamlined way of doing this and allowing staff to kind of help to determine, I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out what do we do to make this a more consistent process. I'm fine, Nakia, if Ms. Mayor Walker, if you want to, tonight, if we want to vote on just what we've discussed, but I do believe that no later than next month, we need to think about what is the longer term plan for this. And I also want to talk about these boards and commissions and like, what do we really think we really want to maybe just shift away from? I mean, again, if you haven't met for 6 months.
We also need an understanding. I know Councilor Hill, you mentioned that the recordings are there, but there was an expressed interest to have live public input and not to just put a recording on the website. So just getting some direction as to which boards would, have live broadcast or live streaming.
You mean like live streaming versus if people want to join the webinar, they can actually do a live feedback as if they were in the physical meeting room in a way. But you're saying that people just want to have all of our meetings live streamed?
People want more access and the, I guess, Channel 10, just having those meetings being broadcast is what I heard.
So 10, like Facebook, Twitter, all of those posts.
I don't know the current arrangement right now, but that was my understanding, was that was the reason we were going through the communications department to set up these, was so that they could schedule it throughout the month to accommodate public input.
And this is Joe again. And so currently the only meetings that we are broadcasting on TV 10 would be City Council, Planning Commission, BAR, and CRHA. But we do stream all meetings on the city Facebook and Twitter channels and on the website.
And what level of, from the communication side, is streaming it on social media? What additional steps does that require? Like, if we didn't do that, would it reduce steps you have to take it anyway, or is that not the problem where time is coming in? And I guess the other question is separate from communications. If you're going to need to stream it, does that create like additional time? And so I'm just trying to figure out where all the additional.
Sure. And Mike, if I understand your question, if we're talking about a pure 100% virtual meeting, streaming it to Channel 10, getting it on Channel 10 broadcast is just basically a click of a button. But once we get to the hybrid version of these meetings, it's going to become increasingly difficult. That's where we would more than likely have to incorporate a venue such as City Space or council chambers, include additional resources as staff, and pretty much how we have been doing the council meetings with limited staff there with Brian in chambers and David behind the scenes. Once we get to more of that hybrid model, it will become increasingly difficult for some of those meetings, depending on which meetings will be streamed and broadcast in a hybrid fashion.
Hybrid being the meeting is happening.
Some people in person, and some people meeting virtually.
And then like for these, let's say like the tree commission is meeting and they have a Zoom meeting link or whatever, a Zoom meeting link to have their meeting. Anyone with access to that link could participate in the meeting the same way they could walk into the room the tree commission was having their meeting in pre-COVID times. is it creating additional steps to say that that needs to be live streamed, or is there some kind of additional public engagement people are looking for beyond just having access to the Zoom link?
I think we're talking about a couple of different types of engagement, one being access to actually viewing the meeting, which is our social outreach. And of course, people can comment on Facebook. But the point of registering for the Zoom meetings and getting people involved in the discussion is a different element, something that we wanted to obviously keep for council and planning commission, and obviously any meetings that basically need that type of public interaction. I don't know if that answers your question.
I think so. I'm just trying to figure out what areas are creating, and just trying to figure out like what we can, when it comes to the public engagement piece, what, if anything, with some of these smaller boards and commissions like the tree commission, what, if anything, could we adjust in terms of what we're expecting that would reduce the burden and trying to make it come together? Or if the burden is just purely the fact that the meeting is happening and whatever we adjust beyond that doesn't really matter.
Sure. And that's something that we would probably, approach each commission or board and find out what their needs are and how we can meet them.
Okay. So is everyone comfortable for tonight just voting on September, or either September and October, and then trying to figure out a plan to have something different in place by, I think I'm suggesting October, because we're not gonna probably get this together and have a work session about boards and commissions by November, but we're pretty full, so we can at least have a plan by October, but I don't even know if we can put the meeting in there, but I can look at that.
I would be fine either way. I mean, my opinion is I don't think we need to have an entire meeting about boards and commissions before a plan to just streamline existing boards and commissions, although obviously we do need to have that conversation about overall boards and commissions. I'm fine with September, October. I would think just like September and try to have a streamlined plan by October, although I'm fine approving into October tonight as well, and then kicking that past October. But I agree, I think with everyone that we need a streamlined plan, because COVID is just the new normal now. So we're gonna have to figure out how to live in that new reality.
And I think even beyond just trying to figure out how to live in COVID, I'm hearing those discussions as if we somehow know anything really related to COVID, right? We're still figuring this out. And as some people have mentioned, like, this is probably the calm before the storm. We don't know what the fall and winter will look like. And I know we'll adjust, but I just think we're still in a learning phase with that, and we shouldn't pack on to staff either. I mean, I know that the measurements and solution group is a very, like what we are hoping that they get done, and the recommendation for a position to start a department happens. But, I have been holding off on even that to not overwhelm staff and then, the public while they were trying to figure out how to survive the pandemic. So I don't know.
I would like to suggest that if we approve the Sister Cities Commission's retreat in September, that is definitely worked with staff, and that is in place of, I'm not sure what they mean by a retreat, because we definitely can't do like a full day retreat. We have a hard enough time even getting 3 hours for a forum.
It would be at the max 3 hours. Normally, I think it's 2 to 3 hours.
Okay, but I would suggest that's in place of their regular meeting. It's very hard right now to approve anyone for having more than one meeting in a month right now, since so many boards are waiting. So that's the Social Services Board, the Measurements and Solutions Group, the Ridge Street Task Force, and the Sister Cities Commission approval for a longer, slightly longer meeting for the month of September.
For all of them or just the one? Because the retreat, the sisters,
she's-
only one.
She's saying the regular meetings, but then for Sister Cities, the retreat. But
Yes.
that's their only meeting.
But it's a longer than normal meeting.
For the sister cities, but not
Yeah.
everybody else.
Yes.
So,
I think that the Places Commission wants to have, Place Commission wants to have a meeting also.
Have they sent anything?
The Mike Stone King sent me an email saying, what do we have to do it again? They had a rather extensive one talking about the Gordon and Grady intersection. I'm not sure what Mike has in mind, but I'm just passing it on.
Well, and their chair just resigned a couple hours ago. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is that Mike Stone King?
Yes.
Yes.
Did he say why?
Greener pastures.
Okay. Well.
This is where I think we've kind of lost track of like even like who has met before. Like I'm almost just like, I would like to know like if people want to meet, like I think we should just, I just feel like they should just be able to coordinate it with our staff. And then if we find that this is unmanageable, I just don't know. I just feel like we're being, I don't know.
I just think opening up the floodgates that I don't think we want the staff to have to deal with.
I don't disagree. I at this point, I'm not even sure who's out there anymore. I've lost track of even what ones we have approved and who's taking advantage of that and who's not. As we said, that some of us thought that we'd only approve people for a certain meeting. And I think other boards and commissions have been meeting every month as a result. I know the Housing Advisory Committee has.
Well, I think that's what we said, just the one meeting and no subcommittee meetings. What we voted on last month was that everybody that we could approve and whoever was added last month, that they could meet.
Okay, so that's what we're doing now. We're gonna go with everyone we had last month, which is different than the month before that. And we are going to approve these additional requests, those 4 that were stated by Ms. McGill. Right? Is this a formal vote?
It sounds like, well, I think it would need to be a formal vote if you want to leave it to 1 meeting per month. That's more a policy decision.
Okay.
All right, I move that we limit any board or commission to meeting maximum of once per month, and that we continue with the boards and commissions that have previously been approved, in addition to the 4 that have been mentioned to be added for the next 2 months. Get us to October.
Second.
One point of clarification, when you say 1 meeting per month, can you clarify that does mean subcommittees as well?
Yes, 1 meeting per month, including subcommittees. So each board and commission is allocated 1 meeting of any kind that requires the public involvement.
Okay.
Dante, are you okay?
Do we need to tell them, like, do we need to put down how long these meetings are going to be?
I don't think so.
How much, I know it's been an issue with some boards and commissions, but have we tried to limit it to 2 hours with exception to these retreats?
Well, the PCBR got very upset when they were getting cut off after 2.5 hours.
I mean, again, if we're trying to organize all these different, if we're trying to look at the organization of these different committees and subcommittees.
I just want to say social services meetings are an hour and a half and they don't go over.
Sold.
Besides the retreat for Sister Cities, they meet for 1 hour.
Yeah, so I think probably max, saying a 2-hour. I don't know if an hour, I don't think that would be sufficient for some of the groups, but.
I thought 2 hours would be good. And then for that one exception was the retreat.
Mr. Blair, do you have a comment?
I do. I would make one other exception, and that would be for any board or commission that has to hold a statutory public hearing. And I say that because I'm thinking about if the planning commission had a rezoning and statutorily they have to look at and listen, to whoever comes and speaks, they can't really be limited to 2 hours.
Oh,
So,
and I'll be honest, I keep forgetting the planning commission is in this mix, and I just think of them I think of them, their meetings are unfortunately like ours sometimes because we sit through them.
Yeah, I don't think we could include them in that.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, so I will revise my motion to be, I move that we limit boards and commissions to 1 meeting per month that has a maximum of 2 hours. Exclusive of that requirement is the planning commission. Should I say the BAR and the city council? Or if we just say ourselves.
CRHA.
And CRHA, those 4, whatever, Joe had this fun name for us, the 4 of us. And, oh my gosh, I've lost track of all my notes.
and adding the other,
Yes, and for all that we had previously approved, in addition to the 4 we've stated, which for the record are Department of Social Services, Measurements and Solutions Group, help me see it, Ridge Street Task Force, and
Sister Cities Retreat.
Sister Cities Retreat. That's my amended motion. So my new motion.
All right.
Let's vote.
Go to sleep.
Still have one more thing after this. Mr.
It's
Payne.
quick.
Why's my video off?
And then we have matters by the public.
I know. I get it. Oh, wait a minute. What's the one more thing?
The
It's
resolution.
just that resolution that I'm going to introduce.
Oh,
Mr. Payne,
Yes.
Mr. Cook,
Yes.
Ms. Walker,
yes.
Ms. McGill. Yes. Ms. Hill.
Yes.
And if, before we move on to other business, just to wrap up the boards and commissions meeting, that I wasn't here for the last meeting. We got some feedback about, and I sent Councilor Payne a text message after the feedback about the comments that he made during the meeting. And in that message, I said that, and we got some feedback from the PCRB about, allies for them versus people who they feel like are hindering the process. So I suggested to Councilor Payne that he become the unofficial liaison for the PCRB to limit whatever and to help, move along, to move the meetings along and hopefully build, or is able to maybe build a bridge through what the city is able to do to truly create that partnership that I don't know how we're going to have a functioning PCRB without having a working relationship. And so I just want to, I've been attending the meetings and very open to attending the meetings and had hoped that we would be in a better place this go around and be able to have some of these very difficult discussions. I think it's having, I am fearful that's what's happening in the meetings, that things are kind of unraveling and that we're not making any progress. And again, as I've stated, if we don't get this right, most of the people who are even on the PCRB, mine is Ms. Johnson and Ms. Gilmore, who I know have talked extensively about their family history with engagement with the criminal justice system. But a lot of the other people, they won't necessarily be impacted by, the criminal justice system at any point. And so for me, it's important and why I have tried to always show up to get this right, because the people and families who are impacted in this community and have always and traditionally been impacted, if we don't get this right, those are the people who will still, you know, be policed and entering a system that is, you know, unjust. So I just think since now there, and this comment was made at the meeting about, you know, at the last meeting too, based on the comments that were made at the previous meeting, I just think that that might hopefully start a process where the members maybe, since they trust you, Councilor Payne, that we may be able to, you know, move forward a bit. And if there are things that are needed on the city end, that you could work on making sure that that work is done. And so I know some outstanding things are, you know, if whatever happens at the special session, there will probably need to be a work session, is what I have in my notes, that I was thinking that we would have September, October-ish. So that would need, you know, to happen. There's this memo request that we haven't turned in yet. And they brought that information that up as, you know, that they haven't received that information. But I was out, they said 5 weeks, and I was out 2.5 of those 5 weeks. So and I think there is at no point that we didn't have this discussion, you know, publicly. And then all the discussions that have happened privately, there are always several stories that come out of what made those meetings fall apart. So I guess, like, in the future, if you are you know, at least one of the council members who are attending these meetings, Dr. Richardson is in the process of planning or attempting to plan one now to try to get things back on track. I think those things would be helpful. So I just want to say, and I know the last time when even Mr. Blair and I showed up, and then there were later discussions that we weren't interested in the meetings. And I just want to say publicly that that's not the case. If you watch the last meeting, there's nothing healthy going on in that meeting. Staff waited in hopes that we could respond to some of the questions that were being asked until 9:30, whenever the time was, and the meeting's just closed. And I think this whole understanding of council, you know, advisory, you know, board, and with that partnership, and then there's discussion about bureaucracy and, you know, being held back. And so I just don't know how that moves forward. And you know, we seem to be going down the same path that we went through before. And I can just say that besides probably conversations with Mr. Watson, some emails, you know, the emails that everyone saw that went back and forth with Mr. Evans, I haven't talked to anyone about, and I did have discussions with Ms. Gilmore, but not just centered around like PCRB. But I haven't really talked to anyone about my position, what I was hoping to happen, the big items that they were concerned about, what happens there. So that's probably a discussion. I know we'll have it on our end, but at some point, maybe that's, once we know what the general will be passed at the General Assembly level, that we will be able to have at least those discussions in a work session.
And I just want to just let the public know, like, even though not all of us participate in the webinar, I know that most of us actually join those meetings, but more passively, and certainly observe them. And I know that, you know, I certainly have the last several meetings just watched them. And so that we're certainly engaged, but it's also just this fine line between overstepping. We want to give everyone their space. At the same time, I want to hear the conversation so that we can try to come to that common place and to build that partnership. And it's been tough. It's been really tough. So I guess, is that an ask of our colleague?
I mean, I don't want to drag out too much of a conversation outside of the last agenda item, but I'm more than happy to be as involved as possible to try to help out in any way and try to take on, if it's useful, a kind of role you outlined. I don't presume to know the answers by any means. I do think that obviously it's been a difficult process up to this point with, I do think there's a sincere desire on council, which I've expressed before. I think we all recognize, to try and make it actually work and have it be something that is able to work, change outcomes, has some institutional stability. And I think a core, I share some of the concerns about how we'll get together. And I think a major thing will be, if there's not any trust between the CRB and the city, I find it hard to see how things can move forward if there's just no basis for trust on anything the city is doing. And I certainly don't know the answer on how to build trust, which is rooted obviously in long history in the city, a lot of bases for lack of trust between the community and the city. And I've had some disagreements about how the process has unfolded from the time before I was on council, but I also think that council has had a sincere desire to try and make it work despite some differences I may have had in just observing from the outside how things were started up. And I also think, not everything by any means has been an attempt to undermine it. And in fact, I think Mayor Walker and others, have tried to sincerely get something to work, and I definitely share the fear that I just want to make sure we're able to get a strong CRB off the ground and not have it all just fall apart. But again, I know we're getting a little off track from the last agenda item, but
okay. All right. So moving on, is there any other business?
Yes, Mayor Walker, we're interested in council entertaining a resolution requesting Delegate Hudson and Senator Deeds to support an eviction moratorium during the August 2020 special session of the Virginia General Assembly. And if that's of interest to council, I'll go ahead and read the full resolution since it was not in our packet. Whereas on August 7th, 2020, the Supreme Court of Virginia issued a declaration of judicial emergency suspending the issuance of writs of eviction pursuant to unlawful detainer actions from August 10th, 2020 to September 7th, 2020. Hereinafter eviction moratorium. And whereas Governor Ralph S. Northam is requesting that the Virginia General Assembly enact legislation extending the eviction moratorium until April 2021. And whereas the Charlottesville City Council supports the extension of the eviction moratorium until April 2021. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Charlottesville, Virginia, that it is requesting that Delegate Sally L. Hudson and Senator R. Cree Deeds support legislation during the August 2020 special session of the Virginia General Assembly to extend the eviction moratorium until April 2021. Be it further resolved that the City Council will send a letter to Delegate Hudson and Senator Deeds requesting the extension of the eviction moratorium.
second.
Okay. Mr. Vote, please.
Mr. Payne,
Yes.
Mr. Snook,
Yes.
Ms. Walker,
Yes.
Ms. McGill,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
All right. So that carries 5-0. And is there any other business? Nope. All right. Next, we have the second matters by the public. So Mr. Rice, is there anyone who would like to speak?
If anybody in attendance now would like to address council during the second portion of public comment, please do so by clicking on the raise hand icon or pressing *9. We currently have three people with their hand up, and first up is Ms. Robin Hoffman. And Robin, you are on with council. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, everybody. I'm back because I forgot to say that the post office is having big issues, and I'm sure you're aware of it. My bank just told me that I should watch out. I have Charles Schwab, so they're nervous. And then the second thing is UVA and insurance. Well, they're supposed to tell us. I forget what the word is because it's 12 o'clock at night. I'm sorry. But when you go to their services, they're supposed to give us, what is the word? They're supposed to tell us how much everything's going to cost before they actually do the service. And that happened about 2 years ago. It's a law that, I forget what it's called. It's that they can't just even if you're in the ER, they have to give you choices in service and cost, and they're not doing that. And especially with COVID and health.gov is another issue that everybody needs to be aware of. Why group health.gov is very good, but what's happened with COVID is you have to have an income with it. And so because everybody's unemployed right now or can't work, there's a special tax place that you can pay for the same that you premiums that you paid for. It's a tax write-off kind of thing for this year, but they haven't talked about it for the coming year. So anyway, this is what the problem is with the health insurance right now, and the fact that we don't have providers for people who are indigent also. And a lot of it has to do with billing. And that's why the cost is so high in every city, not just in Charlottesville, but in Virginia. But if people looked at that, the administrative costs for everything right now, and the fact that health.gov needs to be a group of insurance so that there's a billing premium that goes across the board, and then the administrative costs come down. And anyway, I'm sorry, but that's the COVID mess with the insurance is the issue. Why people can't afford to pay for their payments right now. So somebody, I don't know what capacity, the attorney or somebody looks at that for what your employees are getting right now is different than in terms of coverage than prior to COVID because of their income and the payroll and all that sort of stuff. Anyway, I don't know why I'm up at 12 o'clock at night thinking about that, but that's what I wanted to say earlier. Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Walker, next we have Ms. Rosia Parker. And Ms. Parker, you are on with council. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Well, good morning. I just have a question. I'm Hardy, living in the city. I wanted to know what is going on with my application, or what was chosen to be picked out of the three of us. Are we going to be, I applied for the PCRB, and I was told that I would have heard something back after the closed session, and I haven't heard anything back as to what was going on with the application, or is anything going to be done about that, or exactly just what's going on?
So the PCRB is one that we would look at the applications and send out requests to interview. We have to interview for the positions, and then we would make a decision at that point, and everyone would get, letters. So it is the intention to interview the applicants that submitted applications. And so soon you should be hearing from us about scheduling the interview.
And nobody has heard back anything in terms of scheduling a time for an interview. There was a date that was going to work, but there was scheduling conflicts. So there's not even, it will happen soon, but there's just not a date chosen yet to be able to send out communications to people about interviews.
All right, thank you. That's just a question I just had.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Dee Dee Smith. And Dee Dee, you are now on with council. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. And I'm sorry for going over before council. I remember these long meetings. I'm not going to keep you long, but I was just a bit shocked by the conversation after my comments because there was so much misinformation and so much lack of information that whoever said among you, and I don't remember who, we should get Rivana in front of us before you approve an $80 million pipeline. Please get the right information. I will answer one of your questions, which was, how has this plan changed? And in 2005, thank you, Rory, who knew that, this plan was built on an 18.7 million gallon per day demand by 2055. It is now 14.3 by 2070. That is a 70% drop. There is no way that they could have approved the pipeline if they had used the proper demand. Rivana, in my humble opinion, never wanted this pipeline. And they, as soon as it was approved, within a year, they retracted the pipeline, said, oh, well, we can't do it right now because the water rates are going to go through the roof. So anyway, I just want to say, please, and the other question you must ask is, who will be responsible for the South Fork Rivana Reservoir when it's completely deteriorated, which is built into this plan. You own it. The city solely owns the South Fork Rivana Reservoir. If they are just letting it deteriorate, please ask the question of who's going to have to pay to have it. Whatever happens to it, by the end of this plan, it'll be 100 years old. Somebody's going to have to pay for that. And I'm sorry, one last thing is, it is, for those of you who think it's great to have all of this water, all this extra water with the pipeline, that's actually illegal. You cannot have a plan, certainly not build for a plan for more than 50 years, because you're not allowed to hoard water from your downstream neighbors. That is, unless they've changed the law, that is a law. Please ask that question. Thank you. I really appreciate your time.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other people who would like to speak?
Anybody else would like to address council at this time, please raise your hand. Click the raise hand icon. And no hands raised, Mayor.
We can get out before midnight.
Okay, and I just have one more quick question. We had quite a few emails about the signage at the Vietnam Memorial. Is that something that's being looked into?
I think were they emailed during this meeting?
There's been like 4 of them total.
Something about that the signage is incorrect and they've been requesting that it's changed, and I'm not so sure what that.
We'll take a look at it tomorrow. I don't know much about it. So.
I did see some emails come in during the meeting, but those are the only ones I saw.
There were a couple of emails we got earlier today that said that the name of it is it's the Dogwood Vietnam Memorial, but we have the Dogwood Veterans Memorial, and that's part of the problem. That's completely separate from the issue of handicapped access.
Access, yeah. No, it's separate. But yeah, when I saw that, if it's a signage issue that is, coming up, since we don't have a remedy for the other, it may be something that we could look into to just let them know that if there is something that we can fix, that we will work on it. So,
Or, I mean, was it intentionally changed to veterans? I mean, I just don't know.
I don't think it was ever intentionally changed. I suspect that when somebody put it up, they put it up wrong.
Okay, Dr. Richardson, you'll look at that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. That's it. Meeting adjourned. Have a good evening.
Good night, y'all. Sleep.